said that it's, that's him 100%. I mean, without me hearing his voice, I'm like, it's unconfirmed. But if you got friends that knew him and grew up with him saying it's confirmed, then I gotta say, hey, yeah, this is probably Brian Koberger. But I did send it into the FBI. I did clip that. I also went through 80,000 phone calls, found the number, sent it into the FBI as well, and they have that, and hopefully they get down to that information.
Good. Do you know that they are in receipt of it? Did they come back to you at all?
I know they have it. I've never got an email back yet. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the stream. Today is 4/13 of 2024, day 48 into the hunt for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button as you come in. Turn on the notification bell. I got a little treat for you guys to start off this live. There's somebody that I want to bring up. They want to talk about a few things and they want to debunk a few things. It's somebody who is a cell tower expert. So we will jump into that here in a couple minutes, but I do want to say hi to everybody as you're coming in. You didn't see me yesterday. I spent my Friday at the hospital. I had food poisoning and then kidney stones. So I got to deal with that crap too. But we are back here today on Saturday, 4/13 of 2024, energized and ready. Even though I still feel like shit a little bit, but I'm good enough to come in here and go live. And that's all that matters. So again, welcome MJ. How are you doing? Nice to see you here today. D says, hey, T-REV and Rev Gang fam. I seen your email, by the way. I hope everyone is having an amazing weekend. Well, thank you to that. I appreciate you. Maria, here we go. Yes, we're launching in. Good afternoon from what? Oh, from wet NorCal. Must be raining out there, huh? What's going on, Gypsy? Nice to see you. Show me says, bring Sebastian home. Woo, my heart's racing. I'm good, though. We're good. We're good. We're locked in. And I kind of want to touch back up on this because this is being sent to me over and over and over again. Like, oh, Chris knew how to do this and Chris knew how to do that. He does explain in this mess. And we've been going over this for the last probably the last week. People brought this screenshot up talking about him pouring concrete and knowing how to bury a body, allegedly. That's what's being talked about, sent to the email. I get it. I know a lot of you want to talk about that. A lot of you want to talk about the cell pangs, and we're going to jump into that too. Why would they be on the phone for 3 hours and 17 minutes or 7 minutes? Then you have Seth, who took his lie detector test. People are saying that he failed it, which I talked to Seth. He said he doesn't know if he failed it or not. He told me that he's confident he passed it. And yes, he did, fall asleep a couple times, according to what he told me. And when it comes down to that, also, did Chris take his lie detector test with TBI? That's a question that all of us want to know. I have not been able to confirm that. And I was also reporting, I don't know if it was Thursday or Friday, but I think it was Thursday. It was being reported that FBI was there. Again, there was unmarked vehicles there. There also was Brinks trucks or vans parked into the driveway. The only thing that's not true is the criminal investigation. Now, they said that on March 5th on a channel. I was able to find that original video, which is right here. But they did mess up, allegedly. It was a mess up, from my understanding. Now, hold on. Let me play it real quick. Because I have it right here. Oh, shout out to Nancy Drew. I see her she's sending videos there. She's saying nobody is at the Yogi Bear campground right now whatsoever. There's not one protester at the campground, and she sent me footage of that too. So hold on, let me pull up this video because I want to show you guys. I found the original. I went all the way back and had to go through this news clip just to find the original which is, no, that's Nancy Drew. Nancy Drew's been on it, by the way. Shout out to Nancy Drew. Where's it at? Not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Hold up, here it is. Oh, come on, you're playing. Stop playing. It's playing games with me. Just give me 1 second. Okay, I posted it right there too. Yeah. I posted it there too. Yeah. Answered your question. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. I swear I posted it in the disappearance and I have it in my phone too. You guys know what clip I'm talking about. I shouldn't even have to dig this up. I got about 10,000 screenshots in my phone. I just cleared it out too, but I know this video is in there. I'm not going to stop till I find it. Because I know most of you know the video that I'm talking about. But again, I want you guys to know the exact video I'm talking about for the people who do not understand what I'm talking about. Nope, that's from that. That's from that. Nope, that's somebody's location. That's, wow, okay, that's crazy. I got to show that one at some point. I got to show this one at some point. Where is this News Channel 5 clip? Because they even told Kayla that they didn't say it. They said they didn't say it. So I had to go back just to pull it up. I literally had to go back to pull it up, and I'm not going to stop till I find it. Going through every video in my phone. Open house. No, that's not for sale. Wrong. People are saying that the Proudfoot house is for sale. No, it's not. Absolutely not, by the way. Months, albums, videos. I'm not done until I play this video up. I'm not done. Because people were trying to say, no, that was never said. And it was an accident. Or this happened. Or that happened. No, it wasn't. They definitely said criminal investigation. And here it is right here.
Weeks ago, we were just learning about the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers from Sumner County. Today, the search continues. The case, though, we know is now a criminal investigation. Thanks for being with us at 6, everyone. I'm Rory Johnston.
And I'm Kelsey Gibson for Carrie tonight. For the first time, we are getting a look at family video.
Okay. I just had to get that out there. That was on March 5th. I know it took a long time for that, but we're good. Oh my God, I'm glad you're okay. I'll be good. I'm good. What's going on, Ann? Welcome to the stream. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. Make sure you turn on the notification bell. We're about to jump straight into the show. I'm calling the person who wants to break down some things to you. Expert. And let me know if you can hear him good in chat. I do got it turned up.
Hello?
What's going on, my brother? How you doing today?
Hey, brother, what's happening? Sorry I couldn't get back to you the other day.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I get it. We all, you know, we're all doing things. We're all on a different schedule. But I was telling everybody how, you know, I was going to give you a call during this stream, which we're going to start it off this way.
All right.
As far as now, though, you've been keeping up with the case. You know, there's really no current updates as of now, besides, you know, people taking a lie detector test. That's going to be televised on Nancy Grace next or this coming up week. And then you have, we don't know if Chris took a TBI lie detector test. We don't know that. But either way, they don't matter. It doesn't stand up in court. A lie detector test, we all know that. Yeah. But again, that's really the latest news on this case. No sign of Sebastian whatsoever. Possible sightings. People are reporting all over the place. I mean, it's getting out of hand. Even I was talking to Seth about it. The possible sightings are getting out of hand, you know, but it is what it is. You're going to have that when you have a missing 15-year-old boy.
Yeah, I get you. So this is what I want to, we talked before, and just a little bit of background for the people that are here. You know, I've been a cellular engineer since 96, and, you know, I've been doing it till now. Well, you know, still doing it.
Right.
I'm a senior cellular network engineer, been to many schools, for new technology, learning all the new technology, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And I'm seeing, like, I know, and I hope you're feeling better. I just heard that you've been sick, and I hope my prayers are with you that you're getting better, especially the kidney stones, bro. Oh, boy. I hope you pass them quick.
Razor blades.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I hope that you get them out of there, and you know. So what my thing is, like, I was listening to, of course, on and off. And since you were out, I seen this thing, a guy named Dolly or something, and he had these people on, and he was talking stuff that was kind of aggravating me, that I messaged him, and I was like, look, what you're saying is wrong. Look, I don't know the 3-hour conversation, if I'm correct.
Okay.
And again, I told you before when we talked last time, I haven't been following it. The 3-hour conversation, was that while she was looking, or was that the night that he disappeared?
You say that again? Was what the night he disappeared?
The 3-hour conversation.
Yes.
With her.
The
with
night.
her man.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. That night. Yes. I just wanted to make sure I got that answer right. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So it was the night that she was BSing with him while Sebastian was sleeping.
Remember?
Supposedly.
Yep. Remember they said what was it like? It was about she was studying and all that at the time.
Yeah. I heard that, and falling asleep as she was talking to him.
Yeah. Exactly.
Okay. I didn't know if that was the 3-hour conversation or not. But let me put it this way. Everybody's asking all these things, and everybody's saying cellular data, blah, blah, blah. And I told you before, the first time we talked, what I tell you, it's all going to come down to the cellular data.
Right.
But it might not come from the phone. Because remember, I can wipe my phone right now, and everything is virgin now on my phone. Like, I just got it from the cellular company. So I don't believe any of that. It's more the proof is in the pudding of the cellular data. And this is what I'm getting to. Everybody keeps saying that he called,
Sell your expert. And you've been in that field for how long? And being an expert in the field that you're in
since 96.
Okay, that's all. Some people were asking in chat.
I'm not tower. I don't climb towers and all that stuff, but I know the whole thing from when you press send on this. I don't know cell phones either. I know, but you know what I mean. You can't tell me how, or ask me questions about how a Samsung works different, and you know what I mean, or how to make apps and stuff. I don't do any of that. I can tell you from when you press send to when the call terminates.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I'm wondering is, everybody keeps saying about, hey, he called her and then three-wayed.
Yeah.
The sheriff's department. Now, let me debunk some of this stuff.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's debunk it.
Okay. I don't know where you live. Okay. I live, like I said to you,
Chicago, Indiana border.
I live outside of Philadelphia, right? You and I could be talking personally right now.
Yes, sir.
And I could say to them, you could say to me, oh my gosh, I'm being held up, right? I called 911. I'm getting Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, where my dispatch is, because I'm calling 911. Right? Now, they're saying he was down that way and that he was making that call. Okay? Now, which he was, and when, let's say you and I right now, there's a problem.
Right.
And then you bridge 911 on, like say I bridge the non-emergency number, because you live in another county in Pennsylvania or anywhere, right? My parents live down, in New Jersey. So, and since they're older, they're in their 70s, I have the non-emergency number saved in my phone. God forbid something's wrong, that I can reach out and say, hey, my mom is calling me. There's a problem.
Right.
Can you get out there? You know what I'm saying? So if they did the three-way, the cellular network, no matter if you're, you could have Sprint, I could have AT&T, someone, the third person that, or the dispatch, is landline. It doesn't matter. It does not matter.
Yeah.
the network can tell that I initiated where you are, where they are, where, you know what I'm saying? That's all cellular data. It's not on the phone. It could be tracked by the cellular networks. So that's the other thing is too, like people said, oh, well, which is an interesting thing, that 3-hour conversation where, the thing is, cellular networks can also see that T-REV initiated the call.
Does it now? I gotta. Can it pinpoint your direct location, or you get what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Oh, absolutely.
So during the time that they were both
right
on the
now,
phone, they can pinpoint both of those spots down, like where both phones were at the time.
Even if they're both in different cellular networks.
Okay.
Yes, even if one of them is like I said, AT&T and Verizon or whatever, they can literally see. Because they would have to send warrants out, of course.
Yes.
But like we talked about before, the last time we talked, I said, look, I would have no issues. Look, clear me so I can look for my kid.
Correct.
But if they're not allowing it, they need the suspicion, of course, to get a warrant under the Fourth Amendment and and get that kind of stuff. But you could see when someone's on three-way. And also, the network knows you initiated the call to me, like right now. Let's say you're on your cell phone, right? Calling me. They can see you initiated. They can also see the notification of hang up, to disconnect that channel. And that would be like, say, when we hang up, say I hang up before you. It will show who initiated, who hung up. Now, the other thing is too, like the call forwarding where it auto answer. That may the only way, and I've been thinking about this, they would be able to see how many rings would take. And if it's just like less than one and the call picks up,
right?
I mean, they would be able to, and also with the download of data, and also, I'm trying to think that would be a phone feature for auto answer. But there's, I mean, if you stay there the whole time, you're going to, I mean, you're both going to be communicating back and forth or whatever.
Right.
And the thing is that if you're not moving, that's fine. I get it. We talked about this before. I don't want to talk to nobody for 3 hours.
Hell no, I'm good.
But
in case it's important.
The thing is that everybody about the three-way was because on purpose, that they couldn't pinpoint her and everything else. The thing is, they can pinpoint her. That's what I'm debunking. They can pinpoint her.
What if they both use the burner phone, right? What if they both, and I didn't mean to cut you, but I'm thinking in my head, what if they both use the burner phone? One was in one place and one was in the other too. Same thing. But how would they be able to find those burner phones? They would have to find they would have to find out their numbers.
This way. I got you on that. Let me ask you a question though, because we talked about this before.
Yes, sir.
And I looked into prepaid phones and stuff like that, right? We talked about the apps too, like text app and all, talk text or whatever, text talk, whatever it's called, and all them things. I mean, they could be tracked by cellular data network. We talked about that. And also Wi-Fi, IP addresses and all, because cell phones no longer work off phone numbers. They work off an issued IP address once you turn your phone on and it registers to the cellular network. But burner phones it's an interesting question. I looked into it, and the thing is, I can go to like a 7-Eleven or whatever and buy one, or Dollar General, whatever, right? But the thing is, there's no minutes on it. I would have to go on, make an account, and also put my credit card in there, a debit card or a credit card for every month. Now, you ask, There's also a Wi-Fi. I could get a prepaid credit card. Think about that.
Yeah,
I mean,
Walmart. Yeah,
they're
any
going
place.
through a lot of stuff
Mm-hmm.
in order for these burner phones to work. And the thing is, they'll definitely it don't take Sherlock Holmes to figure
Mm-hmm.
out if there was something different. I mean, I don't know. Everybody complains
true.
about the CMI and stuff like that, or
Mhm.
TBI, whatever it's called down there, and all this other stuff. I mean, I don't know much about them and everything else. I know where I live in Montgomery County, the police department here sucks compared to, I was born and raised in Philly. The police department in Philly is way better than up here because, up here is like a pipe dream for them. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The worst thing is that someone steals something.
Right.
But, but I know that like state police, I've dealt with warrants for the FBI for phone records and tracking and stuff like that, like we talked about before.
So you've seen these warrants come through before, and I appreciate that.
I never literally seen them, like as in the warrant itself. Like I said to you, they go to. I'm sorry,
but you covered them, or got them the information that they needed.
Yes, I got a ticket, a trouble ticket stating you need to pull this information.
Okay.
To grab whatever data they needed and then attached it to the trouble ticket, the raw data, and then shot it up to that department.
Yeah,
shot it back to that department for them to send out. I didn't deal with FBI, you know what I mean? But they don't have, not that I know of, prepaid phone cards. I'm just looking at some of the stuff that I'm glancing at the screen. I don't know if they have prepaid phone cards at all anymore. Mostly everything is, you pay for unlimited calling and stuff like that. But I mean, still, like I said to you before, there's something involved with it. But dumping the phones will not answer anything. Like I said to you before, what happens, and if you watch, even if you, like I watched OP live, last night, I DVR'd it and watched it early this morning when I got up, and you see the first thing they do when there's something dealing with the phone, they put the phone on airplane mode. The reason why is so that I can't call my girlfriend or whatever, you know what I mean, my significant other, and say, hey, send the signal to delete my phone. I'm a Samsung person, not an iPhone person. But also the other thing is with iPhones is it still goes through the cellular network, but iPhone, iPhone or, Apple itself actually manages the servers in a different location, wherever them IPs go out to, and then come back for us to redeliver. You see what I'm saying? So there, you would also have to request if they're Apple on that data. And as well as I do, you do a Google search, a restaurant near me or a pizza near me. It shows you right down the street. I mean,
and it gives you like a roundabout mileage too, even on that, if you have your location on. But somebody did ask in chat, is it possible to recover deleted messages? Now I know on the iPhone you can go back and recover some stuff, even yourself, right?
I see Sounds of Silence that's asking that. The messages, text messages, are network. So I could delete my phone right now, and you and I were texting earlier, correct?
Yes.
I could reset my phone right now back to Virgin State.
Right.
And guess what? They would never see those messages on my phone, but once they request my records from my cellular carrier, they would see all the text between you and I. I mean, you said you followed multiple criminal cases.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
They have all the network information from what sector, what channel, what everything, where you were when you sent that text.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That they can see all of that.
Interesting.
So that, the phone is nothing.
Now,
you could break your phone right now.
I want to bring up, did you hear the same thing that I've been hearing? I mean, I got a little tip that was sent, and it's talking about, not a tip, but some people were reporting that that they have, people in the sheriff office allegedly, and what was it? I think it's Gatlinburg, or am I tripping? Or is it, hold up, Gallatin, I believe. Allegedly they have ties there. I was just seeing this as I'm looking.
Yeah, and I know you have to cover, just like Dolly does. He said he was doing the, oh, this is for this and that, to cover your ass. I get that, the CYA.
Allegedly.
But I'm telling you factual with what I'm telling you.
I love that, and I love that you're staying on par with the factual. I was just seeing it come in. One of my admins was letting me know.
I mean, they could not look into it. They could lose stuff, whatever, if you're going to ask that about the friends or whatever that they know in the police department.
For sure. And that's what I'm thinking in my head. I'm like, hold up, I just seen this coming in that allegedly, was it Uncle D? Allegedly, again, this is things that I'm hearing. That's where.
But the other thing is that they also need to look at her parents. Now, I know I heard heard somewhere that on and off, like I said, I've been busy with work, and I told you the last time I talked to you, this the first time I heard it was by watching you.
Yeah.
And I was, I heard somewhere that her family lives in Virginia. And, it don't make no sense about her parents or his parents, CP's parents.
Right.
And that's what I'm curious about too, when it comes to cellular stuff. Did his parents fly or drive to Alaska because I'm sorry, I ain't driving from Tennessee. I'm not driving from Pennsylvania to freaking to Illinois. I'm not, you know what I mean? But
no, I feel you on that. I feel you on that. Then, and allegedly, I mean, that's what I've heard. I've talked to Seth off the air, on the air. Again, there's so many different things going around, and this whole trip to Alaska, what was it for? You know what I mean? What was it for? I don't know.
Well, it's funny because I asked my mom, who's 76, and I said to her, Mom, if I now I'm single and I don't have no kids except for my dog, and I'm like, I was like, if my stepkids, because I was married previously and had 3 stepkids,
right?
If my 3 stepkids went one of my 3 stepkids went missing, what would you and Dad do? And you had a trip to Alaska, and my mother said, screw the trip with Alaska. Your father and I are coming to take, to find out what's happening with our grandkids. Because they accepted my stepkids as their own grandkids. So that, but you're saying that they literally drove that whole way? Is that what you're saying? From Tennessee to Alaska, they drove that for the cruise ship?
Again, I don't know because I wasn't there with the visit, but just going based off of what I've heard, allegedly. So now, allegedly it was driving, and I think I heard personally driving in a private plane or something like that. But again, we're hearing secondhand, third hand, fourth hand information as it keeps being passed along. You know what I mean? So
I heard the private chartered plane too, but you know what?
Same.
T-REV, wouldn't you, if you were the pilot, wouldn't you be able, I mean, you have to do a manifest for the people that are on board.
Correct.
I mean, you would be able to know if the dude's on there, the kid's on there or not.
Correct. Absolutely.
Or whatever. I don't know. A lot of these people with SIM cards and the many things that they're saying, I don't know. They're going by so fast, but I'm telling you right now, The phones might not know everything because you can default them, like I said, to Virgin, like it just came out of the box. But the cellular network knows everything.
Exactly. And I wonder if they,
But including three-way calling.
how long would that,
During that
okay, so
three-way call,
say they hopped onto it. How long would it take them to, start putting these dots together if they do start digging through that?
oh, it's instant.
Instant.
Okay, so you made the three-way call at 10 a.m. Okay, or I'm just using that time as
As an example, you're
know.
good.
Yeah. So okay, so they can actually see where T-REV called me, and yes, if the SIM card's been destroyed, yes, again, the messages are saved on the cellular network.
Yep.
The messages are saved on the cellular network. You don't need the phone. You could track I was just looking at someone's comment down below.
Oh, absolutely.
What
No, I do.
so, 10 a.m. They'll see you initiated a call to me. I called, I don't know what state you're in, but your police department in your area because you were telling me, hey, yo, Brandon, I'm in trouble. So I'm calling, the police department for you. And I'm calling the non-emergency number because, again, if I call 911, I'm getting Montgomery County Dispatch. So I would call your local non-emergency number, have to look it up on Google, call it, talk to them, and then say you disconnected for some reason. You dropped the call. Then guess what? Also, say your phone was low on battery and that's the reason why you dropped the call. Do you know that actually shows up on cellular data also, cellular networks also, that it was a loss of signal due to a low battery effect? Back in the day, it was called the catastrophic power drop.
The catastrophic power drop.
Yes, that's what used to show up. Now, this is back to TDMA. This is going back to analog days, too.
Right.
So you could see how far, if back in the day, analog, they were able to tell it was called the catastrophic power drop. And it would show where you were talking, all of a sudden your phone was dying.
Right.
The last signal, as you're talking to me, hey, what's going on, blah, blah, blah. Hey, I went out yesterday, blah. And then all of a sudden your phone powered off. The last thing your phone would send is a catastrophic power drop.
Okay. Yeah.
Low battery, I'm done. It's the same thing as if you started getting major bit errors, which is when you're on the phone and you get the bloop, 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 bloop. That is called bit errors. So they would be able to. What's that?
Oh no, this is Nancy Drew out there on the case. She's over there at the Yogi Bear campground. She says there's nothing going on there. Allegedly, there was supposed to be a protest there today, but as of right now, not seeing any. There's videos from out there today, but I was looking at it.
I would like to see Seth ask the CBI or whatever that if they pulled the data. I know it sounds like they ain't giving them nothing because he's coming out to all you guys that are the sleuths, letting you all know about what he's finding out, and they're like, oh, he's diming our info out.
Yeah, and that's kind of, I don't know if that's why, I don't know, TBI, he said TBI kind of got pissed off with them when he was on the Pascal show, and he, messaged them live on the Pascal show asking was his son's clothes accounted for that night, that he was out in the same clothes that he was seen wearing in the video at Texas Roadhouse. And I think that that's a fair question. I don't know. I mean, maybe they got mad because it was over there and now they know but everybody's been asking this question.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's out
now.
there. I don't know. Why would they get mad at him for asking about his son's clothes from that night? I don't understand.
Well, let me also say this, just a point of view. Again, this is not my specialty. You asked me about cellular, I know that.
Yes.
But everybody's saying, well, the FBI has to wait 60 days or 61 days to come in. I don't know if that's true or not. But if a body or a person is across state lines, what automatically happens? The feds are involved.
Thank you, Mama. Yeah.
So the feds would be involved if it's cross state lines.
Yeah, I mean, it's these people have went out to Mississippi, 241 miles away. So are the feds involved? People are saying that they're seeing these unmarked vehicles parked, but they're parked around the house. They're saying these unmarked vehicles.
No, I heard that from your channel the other day, but I was like, yeah, I mean, the feds would be involved. I would think the feds, because it's cross state lines, and also it deals with a child. I mean, so I didn't think that they had to wait 60 days or whatever to get involved. I thought that since now the kid's been missing, the poor kid's been missing, to get them involved right away, since now it's a manhunt. They could be anywhere, man. He could be down the street from me right now, and I wouldn't know.
Exactly. And I mean, today's day 48, so the more there's no answers, are they in a deep investigation behind the scenes, or is it just left out there as he ran away? It's not a criminal investigation, they're saying, as of right now.
Any kid that goes missing this long, it ain't like he's mad and went to his friend's house because I dealt with this with one of my stepkids where back in the day, where he wanted to go to his friend's house. His mother said no, my ex-wife, and he went anyway. Okay. And but he, of course he got punished, was put in his room without his, Game Boy and all the other BS they have nowadays. This is back in the day. But, that's how it worked. For this amount of days, I'm thinking that the FBI should be involved, since it's a missing child. And on top of it, to add the cherry on the top, that the family is in one state, or the mother who last seen him is in one state.
Right.
And the house where he went missing is another. That would be a jurisdictional ridiculousness. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Who's in charge? And remember, the FBI is above and beyond the state police, the local police, the township police, the FBI, or the sheriff's department, and everything else. Now, as for the Secret Service, I also seen they can get more data than the FBI for when it comes to cellular. That is incorrect. The Secret Service only deals with money and stuff with the president.
And the thing here is with the FBI, that they only really get involved under specific circumstances. It has to be some type of indication of interstate abduction, or you know what I mean? When they believe.
Yeah, well, I thought though, if it's children too, though.
Yeah, no, it says here, it says when a child is missing and believed to be at risk or serious bodily harm or death, that's when they'll get involved. So I mean, I think we've already reached there. And it says also they also become involved if the case fulfills the criteria for an Amber Alert. So they're definitely involved here. This is an Amber Alert.
Yeah, I think that's, I'm surprised that it took them this long, to do the things that they're doing. If they're the unmarked that are there. But people are saying about the Secret Service. Well, the Secret Service protects, the president and dignitaries and things like that, and also fake money and stuff like that. But I don't think that they would be interested in a case like this, because it's not anything dealing with a high profile family. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's just my thought. I mean, I never heard of a warrant from the Secret Service. I'll tell you that.
I don't know where the Secret Service came into play and what that was about, but I mean, FBI, I believe, Secret Service, I'm like, nah. But again, these people that are saying this, though, I'm saying if there's FBI, if there's this, produce a picture showing there's FBI. That's what we want to see as the public. If people are going to claim that the FBI are there and they're parked in unmarked vehicles, or you see them going into the house, because it was reported the beginning of this week that just passed that FBI was in the house Sunday going into Monday, but nobody could produce a picture. You know what I mean? I heard that on I was getting sent that from TikTokers. I got sent a few videos that were talking about it from TikTokers, and even seen a couple on YouTube. So I'm thinking, okay, if there was FBI at this house, or they were searching this house Sunday to Monday, somebody would have video of them searching the fucking house. They just would. That's human nature. People are going to pull that out and start taking pictures or video. I mean, in case, because this is a huge case. There's people watching from all over. I mean, there's somebody that would drive over there right now and chat. I guarantee it. That probably lives 2 minutes away.
No, I mean, look, like I said, I reached out to Dolly also through text, and he never got back to me with my issues with what he was saying. So, you know, you're the only one that I'm talking to about this. But I'm telling you right now, I mean, the FBI, we talked about this before. They're not telling you nothing.
Yeah.
My thing is, I reached out to you because I'm telling you, they already thought about this. The feds already thought about this.
Right.
And by the way, every text and every phone call you make is metadated, what's called the metapath, to the feds at the NSA. I'm telling you that for a fact.
So
they're not interested in you saying, hey, I just stole $200. They're not interested in that. That came with the after 9/11.
So I have a question for you now. Okay, so all right, you do what you do on your side. Now we're looking at 48 days right now. Do you think that they've already pulled that information and looked it up? Because I feel like if they did, then it's either one, clearing them all the way, or two, they haven't done it at all. They haven't pulled this cellular data. So I mean, in my mind, I'm stuck there with this when it comes to this conversation.
It's according to what data they were looking at, because back in the day of analog, everything was mostly self-contained in switch locations. Like in Pennsylvania or in Philadelphia market, we had 5 switch locations.
Right.
Now everything's IP based. So voicemail, your phone number might intake into, let's say one of the switches in Philadelphia, but voicemail is in Dallas. The voicemail adjunct device. There are multiple adjunct devices. It's no longer self-contained in one switch room. It's now like all over the place, where back in the day, all the switches would communicate back and forth, throughout the network, like they used to do back in the day with old phone lines and shit like that.
Right.
Now, it's more IP based, where it's going over fiber, of course, and you could have, things handled. The cell sites are handled by what your location, where you're at, your area location, and that's where your phone number's registered out to. And then from there, if I don't get you or I'm texting you, I send it. It goes to the network, goes down to their adjunct device that does the text handling, and then sends it back to your network, where you're registered. Remember, your phone is always registered. So it knows where to send a signal to let you know, hey, you got a text. That's why back in the day of analog was so much money, because to get a phone call, it had to send the signal out to everybody. All the cell towers. Hey, you got, 215 such and such. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Now, and then it got smarter, where it would register. And then that's when they remember back in the day. I don't know how old you are. I'm 47.
33.
They have PIN numbers they used to have PIN numbers for analog so that you couldn't steal other people's lines and stuff,
Right.
and use their phone numbers back in the day.
Okay.
And, I mean, so now it's all about registration. You can register on the cell site down the street.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said to you before, you can go to your Walmart. You can go to your, Kentucky Fried Chicken. Then
Correct.
you can go to your Kohl's. You can go, and it sees you're constantly updating where you're at, so that the network knows, hey, when I call T-REV, he's here. Send it to me.
So, my question is, and I'm also going to take it to here. If, all right, let's just say something, and this is allegedly, all right, something happened that night or whatever. What's going to be the way that they find him if they're on by phone? What is going to be the way that they find Sebastian? Because obviously we're at day 48. It feels like they have absolutely friggin' nothing.
Well, I mean, it would be if they had their phones, even if they were. Oh, and also, like I said to you before, you turn off your phone, it tells you're powering down your phone.
Mm-hmm.
That's why when someone powers down their phone, you get voicemail instantly. Or can't find you, if you're like in a bad area or whatever, 2 rings instantly. I can literally tell by the rings if the person's getting a phone call and canceling it, or, like sending it to voicemail, or if it's the network. Like I'm just so used to all that stuff. But, yeah, I mean, if they were using their phones, they had their phones. The only way they could have done it is power off their phones and kept them in their certain places and had other communications, again, like burner phones and stuff. But I'm sure, like credit cards,
Mm-hmm.
things like that, or they have all these pictures all over the place. They would be able to tell, you know what I mean? If you went to Walmart to get wanted a burner phone or something, I'm sure people will be, oh, I seen him at Walmart.
Yeah, there would
in
be
the
a
electronic
receipt.
department.
I've seen them track people down with burner phones. Even I've seen somebody on was watching ID not too long ago, actually, on in just a certain case where somebody had went to the Dollar General and they bought a burner phone and used it, and they were running out of leads. It was like a year, almost a year into the case, and they somehow got tipped off about this. Dollar General went there and were able to track all the way back to the phone that this person had bought through Dollar General.
Well, not just that. I mean, but your face is on the video of you buying the burner phone, and also on top of it, you better not use your credit card.
So people are in chat are saying if Sebastian is, hold up, let me see. Mandy says Sebastian is buried in concrete at Constitution site near the house, and if that's the case, then they should be using GPR out there. I mean, what are we waiting for? Get your GPR, get out there and look to the concrete. They got devices to scan through concrete. They don't got to go dig and bust it up. They can literally, scan in that.
No,
I've seen
I get you. I mean, yeah. Well, they were looking. I remember I seen a documentary about that they were looking for what was the guy from the union that was missing. That they were looking underneath the New Jersey Bridge and stuff like that. Jimmy Hoffa. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, they could do all that, but that again, that's way beyond me. I'm just I can only speak about what I know. But I want to get that all out there about he did the 3-way call on purpose and all. And that's what don't make sense to me, because you said that the 3-hour conversation was at night. So there must have been another conversation during the day. So is people thinking that 3-hour conversation is where they were getting rid of the body, and he left his phone down somewhere, down at the campground?
You see this question on the
Katie has secret clearance from the Navy. specialized in high-tech communications. Would that kick to COA?
When dealing with the government employee.
Okay. That's great that she no longer has it if she's no longer part of the Navy.
Mm-hmm.
That your clearance goes, you could still have that clearance up to date, but she can't get the data network that she needs because she no longer has it. And also the Navy would not be able to get to that. The NSA is the only one that would be able to get to that data. Because like I said, after 9/11, remember Bush had the Patriot Act,
Right.
and everything goes through the NSA to decipher everything.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't interested in anything other than terrorism. And I'll tell you that right now. All they do is just monitor for terrorism. And once your text and your phone calls are cleared, it goes away. Your data goes away. It's not stored. It goes away unless there's flags. Or they specifically know that somebody here may be part of, a cell or something like that.
Right.
For
well, the thing, and then you got to think about this too, with this high profile of a case, they're getting a lot of bullshit tips. Let's just put it straight like that. With this case, I guarantee they're getting a bunch of bullshit.
I know.
Of I think he's in the pond under a, they're getting these crazy tips, and I feel like we can't go off of our gut. We got to go off of facts, hard proof. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's angering me. Because if my kid was gone, I'd be going ape shit. And you'd be there if you really cared, you'd be holding on to everything. But some of these like YouTubers and all these people that just want to make a name for themselves or whatever, or switch and bait or bait and switch, I guess I could say, to make them to add likes to their thing. They're making up fake, and that's bullshit because they're wasting time.
Someone knows.
I think the only one that really made sense was the one JLR was talking about. And it seemed like a lot of people, including you and I think talked about that before, was, the truck and a kid that looked like him. Okay. That's okay. It's true. They looked at the video. They said, yeah, the truck looked alike, but that wasn't the kid. Okay. That wasn't Sebastian. I get it. At least there's something. But people making up stuff,
I've
people
sent
are
one.
saying
I just sent one to Seth the other
like
day.
that.
Literally, I just sent a sighting to Seth literally the other day, man, or a possible sighting. And again, I'm like, this was the one. I'll show people that. I mean, I've showed it already. This looks like a little boy, literally. I don't think that that's a 15-year-old boy, but again, this is one of the possible sightings that somebody sent in to me, and it was from Missouri, I believe it was. But you can't. This looked like a little kid.
Yeah.
But I'm glad that this person pulled out their camera though and took a picture so we could see, because it doesn't even look like there's any cameras on that spot. So at least, that she took a picture and snapped it. I mean, if I was there, I'd have ran up and said, "Hey, is that some?" I'd have ran up in person.
Yeah,
I think if I think it's him,
He looks too short though.
Exactly. He looks short. They say he's 5'5", right? 120 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes. So it's like,
I don't know, T-REV. I don't think he's around that area no more. I don't.
Me neither.
I don't. And I don't think that he wandered away. Definitely something. I want to find out too if his parents drove or what. That, and because also don't forget then, T-REV, they can also track their phones. Where did they stop? Where was it too long?
And that's why the failure is so important.
Yeah. The phones don't mean shit. You can break your phone. Okay? You can break your phone right now, and I will be able to find, if I had the warrant to do so, to pull your shit up and know where you were, what text happened, everything else. Get rid of your phone. Good luck. I'll find the data anyway, because that stays on the cellular network. Don't matter about your phone.
Man. I hope they have did this cellular, stuff that they needed
You
to
know,
do.
but I want to know if they drove or what. I'm sorry, bro. Look, I ain't driving to and I live in Pennsylvania. I'm not driving to Alaska. Screw that.
No, we're fine.
I'll put some ice cubes up and hang out in an igloo in my own house. I ain't driving no damn, you know, especially for ship and stuff. No, I'm good, man. I'm good.
Allegedly,
I'm
she
good.
still
So,
serves. Yeah, he was great. He's definitely great,
and
and
if
I
they
appreciate having you on for your, expertise in the cellular field. I know that you have none outside of that, but when it comes to investigations like this, the last year I've been seeing a lot of this cellular stuff coming out, and you got some in the Brian Koberger case. You had the Murdaugh. You got
So
the
yeah,
Rex.
I know the Kohlberger case. Yeah.
You got Rex too. Rex with the Long Island serial killer. You got that one. I mean, there's and it shows you how they're able to track people with the cellular.
Yeah, but
With this
people
cellular
don't
evidence.
understand it. The people that's what I'm trying to debunk is a lot of people don't understand how it works. And from when you press send to when you hang up, say right now, like you're on a landline. I don't know. I'm gathering you have this is not your cell number. So I'm gathering it's whatever app you're using, right? You press hang up, you disconnect from me, it will show that I wasn't the one that disconnected. Your 9693 was the one that pressed end
Mm-hmm.
to the conversation. And right where it was disconnected and right where I am right now as the call disconnected.
Okay, so I get
That's
that.
all on.
I get that. So if I hit end right now, it shows that I ended it right here, and if you do that, it shows that you did that.
No, they wouldn't. Well, I don't know what if you have a cell phone. Let's say we're talking on your cellular carrier will be able to do it. If not, say you're doing it like an IP, like whatever app or whatever meetings or whatever you're using, Team Viewer or whatever. That it will, then that IP data will also show from your side that you were the one that disconnected.
Okay, I got you.
My cellular carrier won't know what your IP address was, but it'll know that your number, and it will also know that you called me and that you hung up on me. You initiated the disconnect notification.
I got you. They know where he is. That's why they're not searching. And Pickle Toes Grandma, I seen you in chat. I see you saying that. And thank you, Good Vibes. I appreciate the love to the channel. Thank you. Pickle Toes said they know where he's at. That's why they're not searching.
I agree with that. And the other thing is too, if you think about this logically, why would they hide him? Why would they put him in a mental institution? Why would they do any of that stuff?
Right.
Because guess what? Then they're going to be guilty of child interference since they have mutual custody. You know what I mean?
Right.
And not saying anything, and all the money that's being spent from the feds, the local police, the township police, the sheriffs, all the money looking for somebody that you freaking know you checked into a mental hospital or whatever kind of hospital I'm saying. But, I mean, seriously? I don't think that so I don't think that they're hiding.
Oh, and by the way, some people were saying that, and I didn't mean to cut you, but some people are saying in chat, I don't know that they're still saying or she's in reserve still. And then I seen somebody talking about a security clearance that doesn't go out if you're out. I don't know. But that's what they're saying in chat.
Security clearance, you keep up to date. I have security clearance.
Better safe than sorry.
I can't go into why I have, but I do.
I agree.
But the thing is that
my dad has
you
one
could
too.
still have that clearance, right? But what am I going to do with it? I'm not a federal government employee.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? That just shows your character, that you've been verified. Sort of like when you go get a gun, gun permit or whatever, and they do your fingerprints and stuff, just, whatever. You keep it up, but the thing is, you still don't have access to the stuff you used to have.
I agree with this comment, Kevin. The picture of Sebastian on the screen is what should be on the flyers, not old picture taken years ago. Agreed, 100%. I do agree with that because this is a 2023 picture, and it even is labeled 2023 right under it. And this is the legit picture, the full legit picture. And I agree, this should be on the flyers. I don't know why it's not on the flyers. Why is this old picture right here on the flyers? Let me pull this bad boy up because it is different. There's a big difference in this. I do feel like, or
And
I
then
mean,
I got one last question for you before we hang up.
yeah.
And
No,
again,
lines.
you when this all comes out and the data starts coming out and everything else, you let me know. And like I said, I'll talk to you about it. You know.
Yes, sir.
But my question is about the oh shit, what was it? Let me see. Oh God, now it's bothering me.
You'll get it. You'll
Let me
get it.
think.
I'm in
The
Pennsylvania.
glances. I'm trying to think of. I just had it too. The glare. You're showing the pictures. Oh, I know what it was.
There you go. You got it. Told you.
What the bite marks, dude. Now again, I'm only sticking to what I know, you know, and that's cellular. Them bite marks. Is that for real? Did you really go back and look at the movie or the interview to see? Are they real?
This person had posted, "Hey, I enhanced the images of his arm on Mark," and I've seen this, and I actually took different screenshots myself. But as the of the regular video, not I didn't add no filters. This was from somebody who said I enhanced the images of his arm from the March 4th interview. One arm looks like it's gaped human bite or a gaped human bite mark, and one is scratches with bruising or scrapes, maybe two. Take a look and let me know what y'all think. I mean,
And everybody's showing the same picture that you're doing right now.
is it doctored?
That's what I'm saying. Like, did anyone else see it? Why is it? And the other thing is, look at his right arm, right? Everybody keeps saying he had his arm around his neck. Well, why are the teeth marks across? Wouldn't they be horizontal? Wouldn't they be, you know, from the top of your arm to the bottom of your, you know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
Not right there. That's like I'm biting an apple.
Yeah, it's
I'm
just
biting into an apple the way he has his.
you know, when I look at the regular one, it just doesn't look quite like this. Just to say that, to put that out there. So this enhanced image is,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we don't know if this is true or not. I mean, it looks like it, right? I mean, if you know, especially the top front teeth, you don't need to be an endo. What is it? A what's the name? Ologist that does teeth and stuff. But that I'm telling you, too close, and also that it's like if you're putting your arm around me, I'm biting, you know, down the opposite way than where them teeth are bit, where them, you know, and they're too close together.
Yeah,
that's not a full bite. So that's what. So we don't know if they're fake or not. That's what my last question was.
Yeah, and that's the thing, man. I don't know. Again, I didn't see that much in the original, but this one just brings it out even. Whatever they put on there, I don't know if it's again doctored or not.
And see, that's bullshit. Let me just tell you, T-REV, if that's adjusted or made up, see, that's a waste.
Exactly, I agree.
You know, and everybody comes up with all these weird things because they're seeing all this stuff. I can, like I said to you before, dude, once the facts come out and the data network comes out, like I said to you before, I'll be glad to go over it with you once they release it.
Absolutely.
You know,
yes. And I appreciate
because
that.
I'm not going to draw conclusions until I have the facts. And the facts are like fingerprints. You can't get rid of cellular data on the network. You can get rid of your phones, but you can't get rid of what you did on your phones with the cellular network.
And I
Even
appreciate
if
that.
you're on Wi-Fi,
Mhm.
even if you're on Wi-Fi, because remember, if you're on Wi-Fi, it's going also because the Wi-Fi is also taking care of data for your cell phone number and everything else, and your apps and everything else. So, once that all comes out, but I just wanted to debunk the stuff of the three-way call and that they can't trace it and all that other stuff.
The question coming in from chat, Debbie said, ask him if a Faraday bag was used, could he be tracking? Before you answer this, let me put this out here too. Before he gets off, and I'm going to open up the lines to everybody. Before he gets off, do you guys have any questions for the cellular expert on the phone right now? I mean, if you have any questions, you could drop some in there. Maybe he'll see them and answer them himself, or maybe I'll find one and pull it up. But here's one here from Debbie. Ask him if a Faraday bag or a
No,
Faraday
Faraday
bag was
bag.
used.
So basically, if I think I'm not really sure what a Faraday bag is, but I think I know what he's talking about, and that is like where RF signal does not get out or in, but then all of a sudden again, the cellular network's going to be like, "Hey, I'm talking to T-REV, my transmit, my cell equipment is talking to T-REV, but whoops." It all of a sudden went down. There's no data issue where, a catastrophic power, quote unquote, catastrophic power drop. Now it just says low battery. But, or anything else. Why all of a sudden is it gone? And then it'll take time, it'll register now that you're gone. It'll register that T-REV is now gone from the network. No idea where he's at. Oh, wait a minute. Now all of a sudden, he's 3 counties over. That time will also, remember, once you go out of signal and come back in, it knows. So even if you put it in an RF-proof bag,
right?
They're going to know once you put it in they're not going to know you put it in the bag, what you did, the cellular network itself, but it's going to know, hey, it lost contact with this cell site dealing with T-REV. And now all of a sudden it's showing back up 2 hours later at some other place or at the same place. It's going to see it. It's not going to know what you did with the phone during that time.
That is a good
But
question.
it definitely knows the phone lost signal with the network.
Gotcha. And this
because
one,
remember, the cell network wants to be more proficient and not waste time. And once you turn on your phone, it follows you. Back in the day, it was called the HLR, and the HLR was where you registered. Now, this has gone back to 2G and things like that.
right?
Where you would register, and it would follow you. It will know that you left Tower 126 Alpha Face, and you handed into, Tower 249 Beta or Gamma. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It would, and then all of a sudden, I lost T-REV. And then all of a sudden, 3 hours later, I see him now 2 counties over that his phone would automatically start communicating with Site 339, Gamma or whatever,
Well,
there's
this bite.
three
I
vectors
got
of
to
a
jump
cell
back
site.
to this bite marks because I did see a comment in chat from Annie, and I'm glad Annie brought this back up to my attention. Is that let me go back up here and find Annie because she made an actually really good comment. She said, "T-REV, but Chris addressed the bite marks and scratches on Smileys. He admitted he had them, but said dog did it." I'm glad Annie brought that back up to my attention. That's actually true.
Well,
That's
then,
actually true. That I seen that on there myself too, and I forgot all about that. I'm so glad she reminded me.
well, you know what? Then they need to get an odontologist in. That's the specialist that deals with. I was going to be a doctor. I was actually going to be a forensic pathologist. But then they need an odontologist to come in. They're the ones that check bite marks and things like that during an autopsy or during investigations. They're the ones that do that can match up the teeth.
I mean, I feel like if
Pictures.
it's true, allegedly he was fighting for his life. That's just my feeling. Allegedly, if it's true, those bite marks are from that. Again, they should have checked that then. I don't know. I mean, if you could clearly see bite marks on somebody, you would think law enforcement would be smart enough to check that. As they're, I mean, the guy clearly was allegedly riding around in the vehicle with law enforcement. So if you know what I mean? If you got bite marks or you have something, or there was some type of self-defense in some type of way, allegedly, and I'm only speaking from a speculation and a standpoint, but you figure they would have noticed something like that during an interview if they question them, etc. Right? I mean, come on. In case you have long a jacket on or something and you're covering up a lot of stuff, allegedly. But
yeah, well then that would. But you know what? Too. I mean, again, that ain't a dog. Look, I had a border collie Dalmatian pit mix that I've had for 16 years. Unfortunately, he just recently passed.
God bless.
And, you know, my other dog that I have now, he's 4, and he scratches a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you, they don't look like teeth marks.
Mm-hmm.
Believe me, because when I got him the first time and I tried to adjust his bowl, to relocate his bowl, he bit me. And no, believe me, they are not bite marks or a scratch mark from a dog.
Yeah.
Unless a dog has separate teeth in the front. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Needs braces. You know, but the weird thing to me is just the way that they're up and down when I'm laying my arm down straight going towards my feet. You know,
right.
I would think that it would be the other way as I'm trying to hold on to someone on the neck, that they would bite me, you know, short-wise, I guess, on my arm.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? Like, does that make sense?
Look at this. These are the original pics. I see nothing like that. Somebody said, where's the originals? Well, here's the originals. I'm starting to pull up some of them. Let me see if I can get them all up on here. That's that. Let me see. Okay, so here's another one. Here's another one. That one's more, you know, this last one I just pulled up is more, this was sent to me also. Different angles and different screenshots of these bite marks, alleged bite marks.
No. You can't really, again, though, they could be like reflections.
Compared to that,
I mean,
look at this. Look at the difference, though. Like boom to boom. Here you go. So you can, I'll let you guys compare both. Now we're looking at the left one here on this one. This is the left. Left.
Yeah, that's what I have an issue with, the left one. Because you see they're up and down, not left to right.
Correct.
You know, the top teeth should be to the left, and the bottom teeth should be to the right. And you see what I'm saying on that, on the left hip, the right arm?
Correct.
As for the left arm, I don't see crap except for black or redness.
Let me see if I can. Okay, that's just that. That's my thumbnail. Okay. Yeah, that's all of them. The little collage of shots here. Okay, that's him. That's them there. This is this. This is more of another one pulled up. I don't know what I'm looking at here. I don't see nothing really in this one besides over here on the right side. I see a tad bit, but I don't even know what that is. Again, that's the enhanced one to the right, and this is the unenhanced one to the left.
I don't know.
I mean, maybe here.
To me, man, I don't see shit, do you?
I'm telling you, I see a little something, but not what I'm seeing here. Not what I'm seeing here. Yeah. I see a little something, but not what I'm seeing here. Again, the right picture.
When you go back out too, you don't see nothing. When you were showing the whole picture of his chest, you don't see none.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's weird. It definitely is weird. I can see.
But the thing is, see, this is the problem when you come with that, like, you know, people that just want likes and everything else. Correct. And be monetized and everything else. They come up with stupid stuff to, you know. So at this point, it's more,
it's
you know, usually used to be the news that didn't know stuff, but now it's like people make up stuff just to get likes. And
agreed.
Until I see it, and you don't think that the police said, "Hey, let me see your arms and stuff." I mean, if your girlfriend or whatever went missing, right? Wouldn't they and you were living together, who would they come to first? You, just
Exactly.
like me. Something happened, you know what I mean, to my ex-girlfriend, who they gonna come to? Me. And you're gonna have to show. See, I don't see nothing on any of them arms.
Yeah, dude. It's again on the enhanced picture, I see a lot, but on the regular ones, I don't see much.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I don't see anything. I'm just saying I don't see as much as this. I just don't see as much as that on the enhanced that this person said, "Hey, look, I enhanced it. Let me know what y'all think." Well, when I look at it, it looks like there was stuff was added. Could I be absolutely wrong? I hope somebody could show me and enhance the same footage and then the same thing and this same thing come up.
And it was 8 days after, from what I heard, that picture was taken. And I don't know, 8 days. I mean,
And they're saying his bite marks are on both arms.
If he really, which by the way, again, I don't like how the bite marks are up and down, not side by side. But if he did that, wouldn't he have? Look how close they are, dude. If you're fighting for your life and it's every man for himself, wouldn't you have taken that chunk out in between?
Yeah, I mean,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
talk about a 15-year-old autistic boy, you know?
They would have found DNA in my mouth because I would have but I would have bit that piece of skin right off trying to get this person to stop.
Right. Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
No,
it wasn't like it was far down. Look how close that is. That's less than an inch or about an inch.
How do satellite phones work? Says Jamie.
Satellite phones work off the same premises that they go to a satellite instead of cell site.
Gotcha.
And by the way, they are expensive as hell. And we're literally talking, from what I understood, about $5 and some minute. So yeah, I mean, that is expensive. And you could buy the phone, which are like a couple $100, or you can lease it and rent it to use it. But no, I mean, if they want to use, and also you need line of sight, so they would both have to be outside. Where you and I could talk on the cell phone inside, because it's data, it's cellular on the 850, the 700, the 1900, 2100, blah blah blah. But with satellite, it's sort of like DirecTV and stuff. It's line of sight up to the sky. So if I had a satellite phone, you tried to call me right now for our conversation, it wouldn't go through because I'm sitting in my house.
I'm doing the same thing. I'm putting some filters on this right now myself, live in front of everybody. So I'm just adding different filters. Here's original. I'm just going to add filters just with the regular program that comes with these pictures. And I'm going to add through. There's white or warm contrast, calm. There's cool light. You got vivid cool. I mean, I guess you could see some things going on here. I can see some stuff going on here as I do this.
Well, you could see redness. That's about it. But
I mean, on this one, it looks, this vivid cool one, it looks kind of crazy. I'm not going to lie. Like it does. And this is just me hitting different things on this picture. As you see me clicking it, I'm not doing anything. I'm just adding a filter to it. That's it. Boom.
You know what? Go back to where you were, where that notification came up.
Which one?
You were playing around with it. Is that where it is? No. Right there. Now go bring your marker over, your pointer, to near the bottom of the picture, of the actual picture. You see what I'm talking about? Like around the purple circle. Yeah, right there. All right, is that where the bite marks start? Right there? Is that the bottom?
That's
You
what I'm
see
trying
it
to.
where I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do see what you're talking about. Right here, it does kind of look like something.
Yeah, and
Allegedly.
then the top ones is up. Yeah, it's right there, that circle.
Yeah, it does allegedly look like something to me. But this, you just seen me do this live on this picture, and this was a screenshot taken from the actual video that I was playing on my live days ago. So
But see, didn't it look higher up though, closer to the elbow and
let's
the crease?
okay,
The actual picture.
I'll pull that one that was enhanced by that one person right here. Boom. It looks like over here more when you look at this picture. Where'd it go? I just had it. Boom.
See, that looks closer to the elbow, don't it?
Correct.
The crease.
To me, it does.
Yeah, yeah,
To me, it does for sure.
yeah. So I don't know, man. I mean, look, and it looks like it goes off to the side. You
Mm-hmm.
see what I'm saying? The one
Yep.
on the right, and you have no, it looks like it goes off to the side. Well, I don't see nothing on the picture to the left, right? That one. I don't see them bite marks.
Now this is calm. Look at the calm one. I mean, I kind of see something, but
I don't see teeth marks though.
mm, film. Here's film. You can see that. What vintage? Vintage looks wild too. But I still keep seeing this circle right here, like that I'm circling with.
Yeah, yeah, but the thing is that it's higher up than that according to the first picture.
Agreed.
So, or the one that everybody's making a big deal about.
Agreed.
But if you bring that up, that we should be seeing bite marks right now up further near his crease of his arm on the left side. We should be seeing at least a couple teeth marks according to the original picture. That's why I'm wondering, T-REV, if they're just making,
Yeah, I'm curious about that too. I'd have to, if to try to get the same angle as that person to see if that's there, I would have to go pull that video up, take a shot of it, then pull it up just like this, and add, filter, adjustment, mess around with it like they did, but do it live where people can actually see instead of just taking it off.
But the thing is, T-REV, we all seen I don't know, is that the first one with Nancy Grace?
Which one? This interview right here? No, this is definitely not with Nancy Grace. 100% it's not.
Oh, okay. I'm just wondering, like, who watches it? The whole, you know what I mean? Like, all, like, what are they, Sherlock Holmes? And
8 days after interview.
I don't know. Again, it's all, everybody, it's rumor, it's guessing, it's guesstimating and guessing, but
thank you, Tracy.
What I told you about cellular is
right. I got you. Old phones at the house can be used on Wi-Fi, says Tiffany.
Old phones
at the house can be used on Wi-Fi.
But you need to have one of them apps. And also, it needs IP address, which would be your home internet. So they can, again, that's how they find out what your computer searched, things like that. You know what I mean? Like what searches you did and all. They can, I have Comcast or Xfinity in my house. So they could request from Xfinity what addresses I was at, if I had apps that were working off the phone, what IP addresses those apps were working to, and everything else.
Right.
So they would know. It's all data.
Agreed. They would be almost gone too. Those marks would be gone. Everyone talking like they used their phones. I don't think Chris is that stupid, says Bex. Ahead of known, but tracing calls, etc. So got burner phones. Nobody knew numbers. Phones disposed of after. Easy. It's not rocket science. Says Bex UK1 in chat.
But they'll figure, if they really did their investigation work, they would probably figure out that they had burner phones. Well, you know as well as I do, it's only going to take a while for them to, and that might be why again, that they're keeping their mouth quiet. You
made a great point though, and I kind of want to touch up on it a little bit. The point about the bite marks on the arm, I have to get the same angle. You get what I'm saying? The same angle that he's sitting, and to be able to see if that is up there also. I'd have to get the same angle. I would need that same
Yeah,
angle
you would have to
shot,
pause it exactly at the same time. Yep.
or right by it, like a, not,
Yeah.
not far off of
Yeah.
it. It'd have to be almost the same spot for you to get the same
Oh,
result.
absolutely.
Like, so man, I
And you
appreciate you
don't
coming
think
up
that the
on here today,
feds
brother.
also,
Mm.
the federal government, they can't, if they were real, they can't,
Yes, sir.
they wouldn't be able to blow them up and take a look at them. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
They absolutely would be able to do that. 100%.
and that's why I'm waiting, because it seems like everybody down there hates the police and hates TBI, saying that they suck. So I'm figuring once the feds come in, if they're in there now, oh, please. All this stuff is being done. They ain't idiots.
Well, you know what? I look forward to hearing from you again when some more information comes out. And if there's more information on as far as cellular data, you're the man.
Let me know, brother.
You're the man. I appreciate you coming up here.
In any of the cases you're covering, you got any problems or questions, feel free. I can help you decipher.
I appreciate that. And that means a lot, because you've worked in that field as far as cellular data. So it's great to have you on the call and be able to hit you up. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much for coming up and clearing the things that you wanted to clear up and touching on the cell data.
Yeah, definitely three-way calling. They know three-way calling. So, and where everybody was. That was the most important thing that was pissing me off with Dolly, was he kept saying the three-way call wouldn't be. No, they could tell. So, and they could see where every phone was during that conversation.
Yeah, I didn't hear it, so I wouldn't know. But again, I do appreciate you coming up and debunking some things that, pertaining to the cellular data. Who knows if they're on it or not? Who knows? Hopefully they are.
No, I don't think the feds already have. That never goes away. So that could be in the works also, or they could already have it. They're just waiting for them to bury themselves, whoever it is,
Right. Yeah. We'll see.
All
man.
right, brother. Well, you be safe. I hope you feel better, my friend.
We're getting
And
there.
like I said, any other questions or problems, feel free to text me, reach out, and I'll be glad to work with you and help you out.
God bless you, brother. Thank you for, again, coming up on such a short notice today, but I appreciate you doing that. God bless you. Make sure you lock your doors. You already know the drill. Stay vigilant and enjoy your day, brother.
You too. Be safe.
Thank you, man. Good phone call. I appreciate him calling in. Shout out to him. Now I'm gonna open up the lines to every single one of y'all. 219-885-9693. Day 48. We're covering Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. He has been missing. He is nowhere to be found. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Now it's time to talk to y'all. 215, we're live. Talk to me.
Hello. How are you?
Hanging in there.
So I think they're bite marks, and I don't think that they're. This is my thing. So why would he say that they're?
Sounds like Vona.
It is Vona.
Okay.
Why would he? I'm sorry. I should have said it was me. My bad.
No. I could tell.
Wait, how weird is it? The guy that was just on lives in Philadelphia. He's 2 years older than me, and now lives in Montgomery County, and I'm all of the above. Like, same thing. I'm 45. I live in Philadelphia, and now I'm in Montgomery County. I was like, oh God, he's like my neighbor.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this is the thing. So why would dude say that that they were bite marks from an animal if they weren't bite marks, right? So they had to be something, because he would have just been like, what are you talking about? Like, they're scars from, you know what I mean? Like, he would have been like, they're nothing. There's nothing there. But he said that they were bite marks from an animal. So there was something visible to that eye, whether we could see it in that picture or not, because people asked them, what is that? So then if you Google, like, while I was waiting to call, I was Googling the bite marks of like dog bites, and then I looked up human bites, and it looks like a human bite. And I know that it looks like the bite isn't in the right direction. However, if you're fighting for like your life, or if you're like, freaking, this is another thing. So with autism, it's a spectrum disorder, and it's a sensory disorder. So if his senses are going all over the place and he's in like a fight or flight mode, I don't think it's going to matter which way he bites. I think he's just going to bite. And what I wanted you to do was, while we're like all in, on live, You should get the picture of Sebastian smiling where you could see like the space and stuff in between his teeth, the one that was the most recent. It was like a couple of days before he went missing, and see if you could overlay it on the bite mark on the arm. And I'm literally looking at it, and I'm down at that convention. I friggin' killed it, Trev. Thank you guys for all your prayers. I literally killed it today. But anyway, so I don't have anything on me. I really, you have no idea. I'm so excited. But I want you to do the overlay because I'm like looking at it with my eyes, and I feel like it looks like it matches up. Like there's like, if you look where the two front teeth would be, it looks almost like that, like off oh God.
I swear
Like,
I had one sent to me.
Crooked. Like crooked almost. But it looks like it's crooked in the same exact way that his tooth is.
I swear I've had it sent to me. Hold up. Let me see if I can find it.
And when you were playing around with it with the colors, like you could see it. It's a bite mark. And I don't know if you remember, but so as a psychologist, people project all the time. So he projects a lot, this Chris guy, like meaning like he'll say something and here I'd put my house on it that he's the one that's doing whatever he's saying other people are doing. So with the bite mark, he said that Sebastian used to bite. Like that was one of his things. Like he would bite when he got like in one of his sensories. So why bring that up in one of his interviews? Like why even bring that up? So he brings it up that Sebastian bites, and then he's got bite marks on his arm. It says it's from an animal. I just don't buy it. I think it's Sebastian's bite marks.
I mean, even with what I just had pulled, like this one, for instance, when I'm messing around, when I click on this and then I go into filter, I see something even here on this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I see it too. I was screaming at the
allegedly.
I was like, it looks just like it. Like, and if you look at Sebastian's mouth, you'll see. I see it right there. And if you look at the top and the bottom, there's this one picture where I feel like there's more than one bite mark. Number one. So that's another thing. Like I see more than one. I see almost two, and it looks like the bruises around a bite mark.
Interesting. Amethyst said it could be snake bite from his snakes? Question mark. You never know.
Yeah, but this is the thing. He said it was a dog bite. So my thing was like he didn't say an animal bite. He said it was from a dog bite. And if you look at dogs, and I even looked up, like if you look up the type of dogs that they have, I think they have two of them. It doesn't look. They're not dog teeth. Like it's not a dog bite at all. I'd put money on it. And if you look at it the way it's spaced open, it looks like somebody's whole mouth was open. And again, if you're fighting for your life or if you're in fight or flight, I don't know. They look like bite marks to me, cuz.
Lack of evidence to get search warrants. That's what I'm thinking too. I think it's a lack of evidence to get search warrants, honestly. Off the record.
Aren't they in there?
You got to have, some type of evidence to get you somewhere. So
no, I mean, didn't they go back in the house or something, the cops?
Allegedly, but we don't know that. This is things being reported by TikTokers and people who aren't who aren't investigating. So when it comes to it, if you're gonna make out a claim that FBI was there, then you got to show us some proof that they were there. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying.
I'm glad that you just said that because
I'm done believing shit. I'm done.
Well,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
so
Bona. I'm done believing people who say, I seen this, I seen that. Show me. I come from a show me state now. Show me.
I do too. And this is the thing. So I think the listeners need to know too. So one of the big things that we're doing down at this convention, it's for higher education, is learning the difference. Like part of my research is teaching the difference between misinformation and disinformation. There's a difference. Misinformation is I say T-REV is 48 years old and I'm wrong. And then I come back on and I say, oh, you guys, I got it wrong. T-REV is 33 years old. My bad. That would be misinformation.
Correct.
Disinformation is T-REV's 48 years old and I'm sticking with that because I have a reason. Do you know what I mean? So it's like directly lying, knowing that you're lying. So there is a difference between the two. So sometimes people will call disinformation misinformation, and it drives me bananas because one's by accident and one is malice or on purpose. And then you weaponize it, right?
Correct.
And it's all about how people make meaning of it. Like I don't like how this Chris guy, he says, like, I really don't like how he's very literal. So for example, somebody asked about them taking the polygraph, and he went past it.
Yes,
And it's like,
you
I
did.
was like, no, but he didn't take it. She took it. Like Chris said it, not the dad, Chris. He said he's like past
No,
it, but here.
I know he did.
And then I feel like didn't somebody like call him out on it? And he's like, but you didn't ask me who. You just said. So like I felt like he was like parsing words. That was the same interview that he said pervy instead of privy. He said pervy. I was like, you're pervy. How about that? Yeah. Next time you notice that, everybody
So I
listen to him.
mean,
He says we weren't pervy to that instead of we weren't privy.
So do you think? I mean, what are you thinking is going on right now in this case? You think they're investigating anything, or are they going based off of absolutely nothing?
Unfortunately, well, I'm hoping. Oh, I am hoping that they have more information than we know. Like I hope that, but they're either building a case on them. Shame on the mom for leaving that house. If something, God forbid, happened, I would put that porch light on every night and be sitting outside, like hoping that my kid came home. Like, what happens if he comes home? Or like, I mean, unfortunately, he's probably not. I hope he does. I hope I'm wrong. But still, like, why would you leave? She said she was leaving for a few days and never came back.
Correct.
I don't know. I just feel like they're shady. I think the dad, I feel bad for the dad. And I think the Proud Foots and the Bauer socks, I'm like, does the Proud Foot wear Bauer socks? Like, what's up with the foot and the sock? I'm like, what the fucking foot and sock is going on?
Right.
Did a Proud Foot Bauer socks.
We'll see. We'll see. I appreciate you calling in. We'll keep it going. There's a lot of phone calls coming in.
All right. I'll talk to you later, you guys.
God bless you, Bona. Thank you. And congratulations.
I'll talk to you later. Love you guys.
Shout out to her. Congratulations. 219-885-9693. Look at that hurts so bad. Good gracious. 931, what's going on? You're live.
Hey.
Yes, ma'am. You were live. How are you doing today?
Hey, I'm okay. You know, I cannot let go of the fact that the Bauer socks, I just can't let go of them being the main part of what happened. I don't know. There's just something to me that screams either wannabe mafia, you know, that kind of thing. And I don't know. It's the road trip across the state. Just all of that. That's why I asked about the satellite phones, because I'm like, what if they are out in the middle of like New Mexico or something with, I don't know. These things just bother me when I think about organized crimes. And I also was thinking that about the Secret Service and why are they involved, and if they deal with any of organized crime. I don't know.
Secret Service. I mean, what are your thoughts when it comes to who you're talking about? Which I know who you're talking about, but I mean, what's your thoughts on that specifically?
How do I get
why
there?
do you think that? How did you get there?
Yeah, I got there because I'm thinking, you know, I live in Clarksville. I live where Seth lives. And I'm thinking, you know, I have an autistic child as well. And I'm thinking, like, if my child was trying to escape and go down to her dad's house, who lives across the pond from, you know, the Proudfoots, it's the same distance. And I'm like, she would never try to do that. It's just not something she would get to the driveway of our house and turn right back and come back inside. I mean, you know, it's just too many terrifying things out there, sensory wise and all of that. So then I got thinking about their connections in Hendersonville, Goodlettsville, Millersville, that whole area right there. You know, we know just by watching silly shows, right? Like The Sopranos and stuff. I know that sounds silly, but
you know, before you go on, I do want to report that Nancy was reporting that there was police out there. And I actually got a picture of that. You can continue touching up on that, but I'll pull the picture up of where she said the police were out there at the Yogi Bear campground just now. So I will show that.
No, yeah, I get that.
You're good. Keep going. I didn't mean to cut you. Keep going.
No, you're fine. I got confused.
No,
I get nervous.
You know Nancy. You know Nancy, who sends the videos in for us of Yogi Bear.
Yeah.
She sent me in one just now, just not too long ago, talking about the police were out there. So I was just taking I was like, what?
Oh, okay, yeah.
You're good. Keep going.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just started thinking about the connections that they have, the kinds of businesses that they run, the fact that they, and then the other thing that connected that to me was if we take what Nina says as what happened to her and her story, these people are very big on psychological, like warfare, if you want to say, with, tricking her, smoke and mirrors, that kind of stuff. Like when she brings, Faith to the airport, and then there's a dude there trying to serve her papers about stuff she already knew about, and making her paranoid, making her look crazy. And it's just kind of like, what does the mob do, right? They get rid of problems, right?
Right.
And if they're trying to get Faith, obviously Sebastian, unfortunately, because of the the essay and everything, is a problem, right? So I guess that's just where I connected it. I can't get over it. I'm trying to move forward from that to see other theories, but it's just something about it, and the private plane and just all of that just sounds so like we think we're the mafia type thing.
Damn.
Makes sense.
No, I've seen them pulling up too on, some people out there. The pictures are out there. You know what I'm talking about? You've seen them too yourself, probably. The pictures of them pulling up the YouTuber. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. That's all I really got for you right now. I'm surprised I got through.
Yeah, no, you got right on through. There's several people trying to get through, but you definitely got through. Gonna make a step up.
All right. Well, thanks, T-REV. I hope you're feeling better soon.
Getting there. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. I appreciate you calling in.
All right. Bye-bye.
God bless you. Lock your doors. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 219-85-9693. Nancy is reporting that police were circling around out here at the Yogi Bear campground. She's like, I found a spot. I got it. Let me see what else she said in here. What did she say? She said, I've been watching the trailer for about an hour and 30 minutes. No movement to let the dogs out or anything. Okay, I need that part. The Horn Lake PD SUV going through the park. Moving around. Interesting. 678. It's never too late. You were live. Talk to me.
Hey, Travis, Andrea.
Andrea, how are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I feel like I'm really anxious and revved up, but
now what's going on there? Why are you anxious and revved up?
I'm on rev time, so I don't know. There's a couple things. Those sessions, get me thinking. I have been combining all my notes, but I wanted to talk a little bit, if I may, about Hades. Oh, I don't know. I want to go back to the camper and the house, and I'm just thinking about the whole video with the lights.
Okay.
Could it possibly not be a garbage truck? But just bear with me, because I told you I'm anxious, and I try to medicate with Jesus lettuce only, so sometimes it's rough. And so there you go. I think maybe, could it possibly be camper, truck lights, headlamps, instead of a trash truck? I can't find the original footage of that video at night with the truck that claims is the trash truck.
You can't find it?
I can't find the original footage to look at, because Seth said it was zoomed in, and when you zoom it out, you can clearly see it's a trash truck. But I was suspicious about that based on timeline, and the factual timeline is 4:30 is when that was supposedly taken. Trash in that neighborhood is not picked up until 6:30, apparently. So couldn't it be that somebody brought in a camper that was being pulled by a truck, and I know they got a new camper, and it just looks like to all the neighbors, oh, here they are with their campers again, moving more stuff in and out from the garage. And they could have parked it right over those drainage ditches in the street. There's 2 graded drainage systems. I should send you those pictures right now as we're talking, actually.
Oh, let me see if I can pull this up. I just saw the Horn Lake PD SUV going to the park. Was there what? She said it was there for 3 to 4 minutes. Sending still shot. Tell her, let me know what action. What else is going on? And why were the police there? Why were the police there?
Where are they?
At the Yogi Bear campground. She said they were circling around in there. So
okay, well, here's what go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, I was asking her, where, what? I was just asking her some questions about it. Let's see what she says. But she shot that to me super fast. She got another. She said, zoom in on this one. Damn, this one's further back. I see. Okay.
So that makes sense to me right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because that is their new trailer, and they very well could have, the night that Sebastian disappeared, have packed up, as I had suspected before in previous call-ins to you, that if that's a new trailer, you can put anything in those freshwater tanks and those big tanks, and no one would know. And you could probably get rid of some evidence in those drainage ditches that are right outside of their home on the sidewalk next to their mailbox.
Mm-hmm.
This is all in my opinion, just me being suspicious, but also it makes me think that they were still, like, if you see the headlamps and the lights, or the flashlights they call it, but I think they're more like headlamps because I'm a camper permanently. That's how I've lived 5 years. And to me, it does look like headlamps because when they move in different directions, and now it is said that they didn't have side hauling things on the trash trucks to lift the trash cans, but the guys sometimes wore headlamps to pull the trash cans to the truck. So that would make sense for that too. So I'm not denying that. However, they also said that the trash seemed a little heavy. So couldn't it also be that they got rid of a lot of Sebastian's stuff in the trash, knowing it was coming really soon? And that's why they searched the landfills and found nothing, because the electronics weren't in there. They might have just been thrown in the drainage ditches. I don't know. I'm just, like I said, I'm so amped up. I wonder if there's evidence in those drainage ditches and how much they flow and where they flow to.
Well, I mean,
because think about this too.
Yeah.
It follows the timeline. If Katie left the last place we saw her and Sebastian on video, if they went to BJ's, she could have very well met up with the Bauer Sox and made Sebastian believe that you're getting all these snacks and all these things at all these places because we're leaving here. We're going on a big camping trip. And I'm just suspecting. And they loaded some stuff there because, the Bauer Sox were seen in weird places, like 5:45 a.m., around the school. Like, what? And maybe they could have come over and Terry could have helped hook things up, and they just pulled that camper, because you can't back it up into the driveway if there's already a camper there. Pulled that camper up, blocked off the driveway where anyone could have seen anything, right by the mailbox. I mean, I haul trailers and campers all the time. So, and then you're just moving back and forth from that garage on the side of the left up and down the driveway to load and unload, looking like a trash video.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then the whole time Katie's interviewed, all she keeps talking about is the great day and snacks. Teenagers need snacks. You need those snacks for what? Big trips?
Right. You would think so.
I don't get it. And then, bunch of diapers to pack in the new camper. I don't know. And then isn't it true, and I don't know, maybe you can jog my memory, that it was debunked that they drove all the way to Alaska, but they did drive a new camper to like someplace on the border of Canada and flew from there. So that makes me suspicious.
And this is from today too, by the way. This video, we're not looking at yesterday video, or this was just taken not too long ago, literally, as we were live. So
I can't see it because I'm talking to you and I only have my phone.
You're good. I'm showing people some things that I'm getting sent into me. There's tons of stuff coming through, pictures, video. She's
I'm sure you get inundated 24/7, and I just am grateful that when I get in, I mean,
goodness, I get so many emails, so many different things, and it's okay. I love when people send in, the stuff they're seeing or what they're looking at when it comes to somebody's following her. Huh? No, I'm tripping.
Yeah, because everything's good. I am I love investigating everything because then things kind of fall into place every once in a while.
This is
Sometimes
the
you can see
thing
a pattern.
that I want to put out there though for people. Please don't call in senseless tips. You know what I mean? Tips that aren't legit. We want to send in tips that are going to lead to Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, not tips that are going to take the police off the route of finding him. You get what I'm saying? Or the FBI, whoever's on it at this point. And I hope it's out of the hands of Sumner County Sheriff's Office at this point, because it needs a deeper look. It needs some.
It is, and I'll tell you why. Because my son lives down there, and I'm not going to tell you where because I'm very private. But he works in Gallatin.
Interesting.
And he was also, anyway, I can't say any more, but very involved in stuff.
Okay.
With kids and teens and whatnot. So anyway, I digress. He was also saying that area is just my point on backing up what you're saying. If you call in a false tip, that's going to lead to more harm because those counties, those jurisdictions, they are not incorporated and they do not follow the same laws. They do not have to call 911. You do not have to do any of that. So when it goes from a investigation into a criminal investigation, that gives them right to look a little bit further. And basically one of the back doors into that is like whether it's a fraud, suspicion of simple things like that, not like deep, dark secrets where people will come up with you know what I'm saying. I'm not going to waste my minutes talking about
it. You're good. The minutes are up. The minutes are up. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. The minutes are up. No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. As usual, Andrea, what else? Is there anything else you want to get out real quick?
Well, I do. I want to know, here's a couple little highlights. Like, I just want people to think about these things. When you watch the only and very few interviews, stank feats, they do mention stuff like he Houdini'd.
Yeah.
Why would you refer? And he ran away a lot without, shoes. We had to tell him he'd only have his socks on. Think about those couple things, if you will. Also, I want to mention the bite marks. Like Sebastian was 5'5". If you have him in a headlock backwards, those are exactly where teeth would go. Also, if you're holding two Yorkies, that's exactly where teeth would go. I don't give a shit who put those freaking marks there because honestly, Katie could have done it. Nobody saw her arms. Her sleeves were covering those arms.
Premeditated. Well,
do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get it. And you just seen, I don't know if you were just watching before when I was just taking the picture or the screenshot that was sent to me, I took it and just put something on it and you can see some stuff come up, but it does look different than what's on the picture that I've seen floating around everywhere else. Here's another picture here. This is the one I think this is the one Vona was saying, show this. So it shows the alleged bite on Chris's arm here. It shows Sebastian's teeth and it has this little layover. This was sent in too. So I'm a photographer by profession. I'm retired, but you can do a lot with photography, especially if you're taking it off a screenshot or if you're taking it off your phone, whatever. If it's the original photo, it'll pixelate and everything will look different. You can put on different filters for everything, but the reality is, as a photographer, you could do things like, and I'll suggest you do this, is change it to a negative instead of a positive and see if it looks different. Those are true crime, and I'm not a criminal investigator. I wish I was a forensic photographer. That would be like, oh my God, paranormal forensic photography would be my freaking jam. But anyway, if you were to change it or to look at it under different lighting, or in the old days, you had dark rooms and a lot of evidence was seen through that. So you can kind of do a luminol cover on things. I mean, you can do crazy shit. And also just remember that when there's all different lenses too, so it could make it look wide angle. It could make it look bigger than it is, smaller than it is, this and that. So if you're doing still shots, it's a lot different than the videos. It might be better for you to look at the videos and slow them down and zoom in. You know what I mean? Right. Yeah.
But I'd like to see if there's any footage of Katie's arms out there. She can handle herself, Miss Karate Navy girl. I mean,
appreciate you, Andrea. I gotta cut you short. There's tons of people calling. I love
all right,
you.
love and light. I'm locking my doors.
Love
Love
and
you.
light to you. Make sure you lock them doors. Stay vigilant. God bless. I appreciate Andrea. I appreciate it. 219-885-9693. This is a photo that was sent in too. I've seen it floating around out there. 502. I'm on with you. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV. This is Lulu from Kentucky.
Lulu from Kentucky. You are live on the air. What is going on, Lulu?
No, I just want to put in my 2 cents.
Let's hear it.
Well, I think Chris plays a big part in this. I also think Mom knows. But I think motive is Sebastian went to school and was reporting the abuse. CPS was involved at some point. I believe they made Chris leave the home. That's why, he wasn't there. He was staying in the camper because it's been said that he didn't work weekends. So there's no reason for him not to come home on weekends unless he was told by CPS he couldn't. So that makes me think that Chris was getting mad that he couldn't come home and Sebastian had to go and something bad happened. Just my opinion.
So you think something bad happened at that time?
Yeah, I think maybe Sebastian, said something about he was going to tell Dad, he was going to tell school. Maybe there was an open CPS case or worker or something. And maybe Sebastian threatened to tell that, or maybe Chris was home and he wasn't supposed to be. And Sebastian knew he wasn't supposed to be. I don't know. That's just my gut feeling, my intuition, and my thought and opinion. So that's just what I thought. I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I hope Sebastian is well and alive. But at this point, my gut tells me different.
I mean, 48 days. When we were into the Brian Koberger case, or I'm sorry, the Idaho 4 case, I remember it was a resolution around day 47 or day 48 itself. We're now up there and there's nothing whatsoever.
Right.
Not one thing.
Right.
I mean, we got Seth Rogers' lie detector test is supposed to be airing next or this upcoming week on Nancy Grace. Chris was supposed to be taking one. I don't know. Some people said it was the same day, but I have no idea how they found that out or would know that. But who knows if he even took his either. But again, people need to understand that lie detector tests, regardless of the fact, fail, pass, they don't mean shit.
Right. Because even Katie said, Chris said Katie passed, but we don't know that to be true.
Chris said they both passed, or allegedly, but I seen the screenshot where somebody asked, did you take a lie detector test? And he said, yeah. Or did you both take a lie detector test? And he said, yes, both passed.
I think they're both full of poop soup.
Poop soup.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm praying that, Sebastian is well and alive, but in my heart, I don't know. And I'm a mom too, and I just feel that's not the case.
Well, we'll find out. Hopefully we'll find out.
Yeah.
I hope they're on it. I hope they got some type of lead that we don't know about. But again, as of right now, I don't know that. I've talked to Seth, and I haven't heard nothing from Seth on that. I've talked to multiple people when it comes to this case. Again, there's nothing out there as far as solid leads, but people are watching for sure. They got their eyes out there. I got plenty of videos of this area, of the other area, but I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in and being a voice here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. But you're saying allegedly you think it's foul play.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you, T-REV. You have a blessed day.
You too, ma'am. You make sure you lock your doors, stay vigilant, and God bless you. Thank you for calling in. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. I'm waiting for an update again from Nancy Drew out here to see if there's any more action with the police at the Yogi Bear campground. She said the police officer was circling in there for about 3-4 minutes and circled out. Is that changing? Find out. 954, you're in the door. What is going on? 954. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Hi, T-REV.
How are you doing?
It's Deborah from Florida.
Deborah, how are you doing today?
I'm well, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question. When Nancy Grace was talking to Chris and Katie, she asked him, because he said he hadn't been home since the 1st of February.
Mm-hmm.
He said he was in the area, but he hadn't been home.
He was in the area, but he hadn't been home. Now they talked about that. Allegedly, he was at work. His vehicle, they said that, or this is what came out of Chris's mouth, that his vehicle was parked on the Memphis job site. And you know what I mean? So yeah, he was away.
But did CPS put him out? Is that why he wasn't home?
That I do not know. That's a great question. It's been asked to me multiple times. I've asked that to Seth. I'm pretty sure I've asked Seth that. He don't know. But again, you know what I mean? If that was the case, I think Seth would know that.
When was CPS called for Sebastian?
That I do not know. I don't know the dates that that they were called
so
beforehand.
Motive. All of that is so motive to what's been happening.
Agreed. I'm with you on that, in my opinion too.
So surely they know what's going on. They're just waiting and building evidence. The police.
Yeah.
FBI. TBI.
Are they waiting? And I kind of see what you're saying. So maybe like they're waiting for them to slip up in a sense.
For sure.
I definitely.
But I want to tell you, I love your songs.
Thank you.
Love listening to your music, and I'm I think you're a saint. I think I watch you every time you're on, and I listen to you listen to us, and it's amazing.
Thank you.
And so glad that you are there for all of us.
No, I appreciate that. That's kind words, and I always appreciate the kind words from all of you guys, as you guys help me tremendously.
We all appreciate you, and you have a blessed day.
You too. You said Deborah from Florida?
Yes.
Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support to the channel. Thank you for being a voice for a lot of the voiceless out here. I appreciate that. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful day. Make sure you lock your doors and stay safe when it's time for you to go to bed.
Thank you.
Stay protected.
Thank you. You're the best.
Thank you so much, Deborah. God bless you. Shout out to Deborah. Good words. I love people who just call in and, they have good things to say. Again, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, day 48. Yogi Bear Campground got some action out there. It looks like this is officers pulling out at the point, but come on, Nancy Drew, where you at? I mean, we can call Nancy Drew up and get the 411 on the Yogi Bear Campground. That's easy. That's the person driving and moving the camera all around to take a video. Not very safe. Yeah, that's Nancy Drew out there doing Nancy Drew things. You know how that goes. You said that's not what a human bite mark looks like, though. We will never solve this case if we try to make everything fit a box we want. Yeah, no. Not a human bite mark, no way. I can't tell with the quality of the picture, to be honest with you, baby fire. That picture to me is like 50-50. I cannot tell. When I go and watch that video, it's like, 724, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, how you doing?
I'm hanging in there, brother. How about yourself?
Good. This is Kev from Pennsylvania, close to Pittsburgh.
Kevin from Pennsylvania, close to Pittsburgh. How you doing, sir?
You got it, buddy. Hey, so I finally got in. I'm real happy.
I'm glad you got there.
Hey, I wanted to make a comment. I was listening to your guest that you had on, the specialist, about the cell type stuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I wanted to comment about what he said, but it wasn't in his expertise.
Okay.
Actually, it was nothing to do with his specialist.
Mm-hmm.
He said something that I've been screaming for a long time.
Yes, sir.
And I kind of want to put it to rest.
And
he was mentioning the fact that basically there's no way Sebastian could be in an institution or anything like that, and we all not know about it.
Wow.
Yeah, because, and he kind of said it, but he didn't finish it up, and I'm going to kind of finish it to kind of clarify it.
Yes, sir.
All the money and everything that's been spent and all the things going on, if it were to be found out that Katie and Chris did something like that, the ramifications just would be huge, and they would be prosecuted extensively. Hold on, let me take a breath here. I'm just trying to smoke a cigarette
No,
too.
you're good, Kevin. Take your time, brother. You're good.
Okay. But now the reason, okay, if they were to do that, they could only get away with it for a couple days. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And the reason being is this: if he were at a institution, hospital, or whatever, somewhere, okay, and then these people that work there at the facility find out they have Sebastian Rogers from Tennessee, and they realize he's a missing and endangered 15-year-old child, okay, and they do not say anything, okay, they would be in huge trouble for not saying anything, okay?
Yes, sir.
People were throwing around HIPAA, the HIPAA law, all the time, and they don't even really know what it means. But in this case, a missing and endangered child, that supersedes HIPAA. Okay, you just can't have someone at your facility and know that he's a missing and endangered individual, and you have all these people looking for him, and you're not going to say anything. If that were to happen, that facility, they would close them down. To be honest, they would lose all their accreditations and certifications. It just doesn't work like that.
If they leaked it out, you're saying?
No, if they did not pick up the phone once they realized that they had Sebastian Rogers, and they didn't call the local law enforcement or the FBI or whatever, and it was found out that he was at their facility, the people in charge, absolutely 100%. As I just said,
it's a good point.
A missing and endangered child, if you think you're going to have him and not let anybody know, you just can't do that.
Yeah, no,
you know, the only way that it could happen is if it was some kind of, like maybe say, KP and CP had a organization that was totally illegal, totally underground, you know, some kind of nefarious type of organization that would harbor a child like that.
Right.
And they would have to pay a lot of cash money to do that. But now we're getting along the lines of it would have to be some kind of human trafficking type of organization, you know, or something, you know. But to think he's in a hospital or some kind of group home, just kicking back, you know, watching TV with other autistic kids. And, okay, they wouldn't call me and let me know. They wouldn't call you, but they would have to call law enforcement, you know,
correct,
and let them know. So that's not a possibility either, you know. And I hear people like, they're always throwing around HIPAA law this, HIPAA law that. And I think it's kind of funny because people don't even know particularly what HIPAA means, you know. And you know, you could easily find out. I mean, it's the Healthcare Insurance Portability Act of 1996.
Right.
Okay. So the key word in that is insurance and portability, actually. You know, but the HIPAA law does not protect that. Like, you just can't put somebody somewhere and nobody know like that. Okay. Like, law enforcement would know. Absolutely.
Right. For sure. They would know right away. Or at least find out within the first week. You know, or
They
the parents would
they
tell them.
would.
Or the parents would be like, hey, we put him here. He's in here.
Yeah, and as I said, the parents, if they did not disclose that to law enforcement, the ramifications coming back on them would be huge.
Yeah.
Okay, because all the money and everyone's all stirred up and worked up about this young guy.
Absolutely.
And to think that they could do that, I think those two are smart enough not to do something, you know, like that. And I will tell you too that there are laws on the books that prevent such a thing. To take, you know, you just can't take your child, even though he's autistic and stuff, but just kind of hide him away somewhere like that. Only through nefarious type of organizations, criminal type things. That would be the only way, you know. So I just would kind of like to put that to an end.
Put it to bed. You're trying to put it, you know, put the blanket over, put it to bed. It's sleeping now. It's gone. I get it. I get it, Kevin. That's a good point too, because a lot of people were thinking that maybe he was in a facility, and why would all this investigation? Why would they let people be out there searching? And, you know, these different organizations, not only organizations, you got divers diving into the ponds and creeks and lakes. And so it's like, yeah, I agree with you, Kevin. Why would they be doing all this if he is in a place, in some type of institution somewhere? I agree with you 100%, man. That's why I never believed you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the amount of money that goes into searches such as this, I don't know. I can't quote you a number, but I know there's a lot of money. You got the FBI involved. You have Secret Service and the local, you know, law enforcement. And, you know, you just can't make them search like that knowing this young guy's somewhere safe and secure. So, and also Seth, he would have to know too, okay? Because as far as I know, he's not in trouble for anything, and he has custodial rights. So,
and I've talked to him on the phone the day or right after, the day after he took his lie detector test at Nancy Grace. I talked to him on the phone. You know, I was on the phone with him actually the day of. I was on the phone with him actually the day of. I had just got out the doctor's. I gave him a phone call and we were talking. You know, he told me about him falling asleep or whatever a couple times during the test, but you know, he got his test done and he was exhausted, mentally exhausted, and he was just, you know, trying to relax and calm back down. Doctor has him at home, doesn't want him out searching at this moment, but he has his teams out there searching. He says he's got 3-4 PIs on it. So, I mean, Seth is, you know, he's doing the best he can as far as I know. And what I'm talking to him, and now, you know, I learned some more things about Sebastian too, talking to him. He was like, man, I wish he was here right now playing, you know, Call of Duty Mobile with me right now. You know, he was just certain things he was going on. He was reminiscing about his son. And I was just, it sucks when you don't have, there's nothing you could say back to that to make him feel better at all. You know what I mean?
And you know what? There's so much I could say. Maybe I could switch gears real quick if I have the time.
Go ahead, switch. Go ahead. I got you. Go ahead, Kevin.
If now you probably have it up. Take a look at pictures of Sebastian Rogers.
Okay.
I'm seeing a young man, okay, that I know it's a picture and people smile in pictures.
Absolutely.
But I'm seeing a young guy that looks happy, and a lot of other kids would love to be friends with him. Okay. Now, they say he didn't have any friends. Okay. And I believe that's because he was not allowed to have any friends. Okay. if you think about it like this, I think his life at the Proudfoots, I think it was hell. I think he was allowed to go to school. And I say it like that because if he did not go to school in BC, that would set off huge alarm bells. Okay.
Correct.
I think he was relegated a lot of time to being stuck in his room. All right. And this is just what I'm hearing everything. I'm drawing some conclusions. And I'm thinking, okay, it was real strict for him. And when that young man needed to go out and use the bathroom, he had to ask. And he was not allowed to be like every other 15-year-old and just walk in the kitchen and pour himself a glass of iced tea. Okay. That's kind of what I'm able to figure out. Okay. So I think he was in his room all the time. I think that's how they dealt with him. I think they were sickened by him because of his autism and other things. And that was how they dealt with him.
Right.
They relegated him to his room. And I think actually that's where the accidents, as far as bathroom and stuff, because he was so afraid, because I'm thinking he probably had to ask to go to the bathroom. Okay. But I don't think he was allowed to have friends, because if you think about it like this, I think his life was so miserable there. If little Johnny came over and saw how Sebastian lived, then little Johnny's going to go back to his place and tell his parents, oh, there's something weird going on over at Sebastian's house.
Correct.
Okay. And that's going to set off alarm bells. So, but then, excuse me, if Sebastian were to go and play at little Sally's house, he was going to be realize the way that he lived was a lot different than what normal kids live. And I think it's just a way that they controlled him, tried to keep him isolated to the best of their ability. I would be curious to hear if the neighbors that lived there saw him outside playing a lot. I don't think they did, but I mean, I don't know. Those are just some of my thoughts,
Right. Kevin, I mean, they did say, I remember hearing them talk about, what was it? Play dates, tried to set up play dates from time to time. I don't know. I think I'm thinking about the Nancy Grace interview. Maybe I'm not. Maybe
I've heard, yeah.
But I've heard that though. You know what I mean? About the play dates. So I was like, what's going on there? Because when I talked to Seth, he said there was people at school waiting for him to come back.
Yes.
Seth told me that.
Yes. And I believe, I'm able to draw some conclusions looking at the pictures. And I swear a lot of kids would love to be friends with him. But I just don't think it wasn't Sebastian. It was his parents. I don't think they allowed him to. Okay, as awful as that sounds.
And the reports, they're also, I don't know, there's been reports coming in. There's arrest coming very soon. What have I seen that shows me that? Nothing. Besides, what have I seen that shows me that arrests are coming soon? Besides, maybe if it's true that, because last week it was reported about Tuesday, it was reported that FBI or 9 investigators, they tried to stretch it to be FBI, but from when I checked around and I checked with some credible sources that I know, they said no, it wasn't FBI. It was 9 Sumner County and TBI or something like that going in. That's what I heard. And that's when I checked with a couple credible sources on it just to find out. So it wasn't FBI. Again, it was allegedly Sumner County and TBI that went back into the house on that Sunday. Allegedly. And that's from what I'm hearing.
Okay. I could kind of probably break something down because I am former law enforcement.
Okay. Oh, wow. I didn't know that, Kevin. And I'm glad that we got a former law enforcement brain in the Rev gang. Honestly, I appreciate that. So what's your hunch?
Absolutely. Pardon me?
What's your hunch there? on you know.
I'll tell you exactly what I see going on, and I'm more than likely right.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Wow.
So what probably happened is that, you see, law enforcement doesn't need to talk to Katie and Chris.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What they probably did is this, and it's totally legal and it's done all the time. They probably sat them down and they looked at them and they said, you guys are good to go. You're not persons of interest. You're not a suspect. You're cleared. Okay. Why would they do that? Okay, because it worked, and I'll tell you how it worked.
Okay.
They became relaxed at that point. What happens when a person becomes relaxed? They become complacent. What happens when a person becomes complacent? They start talking, right?
Mm-hmm.
And talking they did. Law enforcement didn't need to talk to them. They talked to all these people on these interviews doing these podcasts. Okay. Law enforcement, that's exactly what they want them to do. And they played right into their hands. So law enforcement is sitting back saying, and they're watching all this. Okay, they're seeing the Nancy Grace, they're seeing Chronicles of Olivia, they're seeing everything, and they're comparing and contrasting the differences in their statements. Okay. Now, this is kind of a twist, and we won't know about this until it's all said and done. Enter Seth. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So law enforcement knows Seth is basically law enforcement. I guess he's a sheriff's deputy at the county jail.
You know what? And I'm glad you're touching up on that. And before you push into that, I actually got clarification on that. He is definitely what you just said, and he's working in a correction facility. But yes, he is. He did say he is a sheriff deputy.
Okay. Now, at that point, it makes total sense to utilize him. And what I mean is this. In the beginning, Seth didn't really say too much. But then he started appearing on podcasts and stuff.
Correct.
Why would you would think they would tell him not to talk?
Correct.
Okay. It appears to me they are telling him to talk. Okay. And it seemed like he got into this point where every night he seemed to be dropping one more bombshell. Okay. Now, do you think that he actually wanted to come and talk about that essay that Sebastian suffered when he was 8? Not only no, but hell no. Okay. All this is basically designed, and like, look, Katie and Chris probably didn't hear that live, but they heard it the next day, and then they responded back.
Oh my God!
All this is designed. All this is basically designed is to get those two to crack. Okay. It is. It's my.
Evan, you got me in my mind. You got me thinking, and that's what we do this for.
It's along the line. It's along the lines of kind of like psychological warfare type of stuff.
Right.
Okay. Can you imagine Katie and Chris sitting there and hearing all the stuff that Seth says to? It's making them scared. It's making them nervous, and it's to the point where law enforcement knows that they're going to crack. One are going to turn on the other.
Bing bang.
Okay. That's all it's designed to do. Because I don't like to say this, but at this point in time, I believe law enforcement knows that the young man has been unalived. Okay. They just don't know where or how. Because I'm not in the Tennessee area, but what I'm hearing is they're not actively searching like that. They're just not. The people that are doing the searches might be like the Cajun Navy or just good civic-minded volunteers. Okay. I see law enforcement, maybe they might get a tip and they go to a location but they're looking for, remains type of thing. They want to do the right thing and get him out of the woods or wherever he's at. Okay. And like, I wish I didn't have to say that, but to me, it's very apparent at this time. But they're just waiting. They know something nefarious happened, but they're just waiting for those two to crack, and they're gonna.
So, that's interesting. Like you said, you were former law enforcement. Did you work further than just being a, the street patrol daily night? Were you a detective, or were you just
military type stuff?
Okay, military type stuff. I got you. So
yeah,
so you think that they already kind of know what happened, but they don't know where or what? Or
they basically, yeah, they're not looking for this young man to come back, breathing at this point. To me, it's obvious. They know something nefarious happened. Okay. They just don't know exactly what it is and where he's located at. Because I don't see them. They're not worked up. They're not concerned about their searching like that anymore. And that's a big key. It's pretty obvious.
Yeah, this is
so.
Again, I seen law enforcement. So I was told by a source that I talked to that law enforcement was circling this Yogi Bear campground before, but I'm still waiting for her to message me back, but that's about where they are. Now, it looks like the truck's moved since the last video I dropped on the channel of clips she sent me from out here where they're at in, what is it, Mississippi? They 241 miles away. Like, what is that for? Like, why go that far away and go out of town when if he came back or came to the door, nobody would be there to answer it?
Yes. Yeah, I know. But I mean, law enforcement tactics have changed over the years.
Correct.
It is absolutely. They played right into the hand, meaning law enforcement wanted them to talk like that on these shows and interviews and podcasts, and they will tell you that you're cleared because it relaxes you, and then you go talk. And it worked exactly to a T.
That's a good point, man. That's a good point to refocus it back like that, because if you watch these shows, it doesn't just and what I mean by shows is real shows, like actual law enforcement out there in the trenches working the case day by day. Sometimes it takes time for that one big lead to come through that will crack a case. You know what I mean? It could be as simple as a phone call between somebody that is a relative of a family or the friend of the family, and somebody was in distress at the time and felt like disclosing a little bit of information because they're nervous. It could be something as little as that. I mean, I've seen because I like to study different law enforcement, especially when it comes to these shows like See No Evil, where you get to see how cameras solve cases, or
yes,
you know what I mean? Like certain shows like that are legit. So when it comes to it, again, it could take one little tip as a phone call with somebody who was told a location or told something, and it cracked the case wide open. So I wonder if we're there, or is it becoming cold?
No. It's not cold by any means. They're just waiting, they're waiting for them to crack, one to turn on against each other.
Okay.
But you know what? There's an outcome to this where nobody can win, and I mean nobody.
Yeah.
You would have to look at the Susan Powell case out of Utah many years ago. Your listeners are going to have to pull that up and investigate that.
Okay.
A way that nobody wins at all is this.
Right.
Due to the stress, due to the pressure, sometimes cases end up like this where either one or both, KP and CP, due to the stress, due to the pressure, and knowing what they did, they unalived themselves. And that's a possibility because it happened in the Susan Powell case. The husband, Josh Powell, he was under scrutiny for a long time. They knew that he knew about his wife's disappearance. And when the pressure got too great, he unalived himself and his 2 young boys. He set the house on fire where they lived. So, I mean, it's definitely a game.
Somebody in chat asked, question for the caller, with Chris and Katie military backgrounds, how do you think that they could have assisted them with getting away with this so far? Allegedly, Candace asked.
Being in the military, how that would help them try to get away with it? You know, I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that. I don't think.
No. They said with them having military backgrounds, how do you think that could have assisted them with getting away with it so far, allegedly? But again, yeah.
Depending on how they did it, I would have to know more how they did it, because if they were just doing normal average things in the military, that wouldn't aid or assist them in any way. You know, I don't believe so. No.
I got you.
I don't really have an answer to that, to be honest with you.
No, it makes sense. Sorry, just saying retard. He doesn't know for sure.
But like, it's not out of the realm of possibility that because, you know, Seth and Katie were married, they're not married anymore. And basically, I believe they've cleared Seth for them to take him and utilize him, because he has law enforcement, to kind of play him and tell him, go out there and talk, go on these shows, go on these podcasts, and slowly divulge a little information here and there. Okay. All in order to get KP and CP all wound up and know that they're on to them, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, man, it's insane. This is an insane case, and I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in, man, and for former law enforcement. I appreciate you, Kevin. I appreciate you.
All right, thanks, my friend. You have a good one.
You too, sir. God bless you. I hope you have a beautiful day, my man, and I look forward to hearing from you again, especially when some more information.
All right, I will.
Law enforcement, law enforcement perspective when we talk to Kevin next time. So shout out to Kevin for the law enforcement perspective on this case and where it's at this point. He thinks that possibly they have something. We'll see. 219-885-9693 and 144. You're in the door. What is going on? Talk to me.
Hey T, it's me, Tiffany from Georgia. How are you?
Tiffany from Georgia. I am doing okay today. How about yourself?
I'm good. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing? Talk to me.
I'm staticky. That was a good caller.
Yes,
really
Kevin, former law enforcement, said from Pittsburgh. Yeah, definitely good phone call.
Well, I have to agree. I think that it's getting hot up in that camper. You've got small quarters, and I think they're sitting back waiting for them to turn on each other. I've got a theory, and I'm going to throw it out there, allegedly. I always do that to cover you.
It's okay.
Because, you know, we got, man. I think there's too much light put on Chris, because I think this is Katie. She has given me the Susan Smith vibes. I really believe that Sebastian was a weight on her. I think that there was some infidelity in the relationship. I think that she did not like being at home. The CPS case, I think Sebastian was causing issues for her. I think she's a control freak. And I think that there may have been some infidelity, or she had some jealousy issues. and not being able to drop everything at home and run with him on the road. And I believe that that's why she gave him a good day. I think snacks were bought at BJ's that day to stock that camper.
Right.
Because she knew what she was fixing to do. And I think something went down that night. And I think he came in to clean it up because they have to protect their name in that community. And I think he reached out to his mom. And that's my opinion, because Sebastian was going to be a responsibility for her for years to come. And she did not want to give him over to his dad because that would have showed weakness on herself.
Right.
And I believe, there is a lot of people out there, and there's a lot of cases where, whether it's a man or a woman, that puts that other person first before they do their children. And I think she did not want to give him over. If she couldn't have him, nobody could. And that's just my opinion. And I think, he helped clean up the mess. I do. I think he helped clean up all this mess. And I think he's going to crack before she does. That's just my opinion.
So you
now, I have a question. I have a question for you because you look into this stuff. There was a caller on a different, we've all been listening to everything. Now, apparently the landfill that was searched was the one that the construction dumpster went to. That is in Kentucky.
Right.
Apparently the household trash is taken to a different location. And apparently this landfill of where the household trash is taken, I don't know if it's been searched, but it's apparently around a construction, it's on Chris's side of the family. It's called second generation construction.
Right.
And apparently that landfill is right next to that construction company. Has that not been checked? Was it just the landfill from the construction site that was behind the house that apparently the lights were at? Do you know?
No, I don't.
I'm just wondering. I mean, has it been checked?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. You would think it's been checked.
And has searchers been able to be out in that area? Because I'm wondering, with all the alleged, threats to Seth and his volunteers and searchers, have they been to that area to where, Chris's side of the family is, or are they afraid to go out there because of issues? I'm wondering, has that whole area been searched out there?
It's interesting, for sure.
I mean, that's just my question. I mean, apparently there's a lot of ties.
It's a damn good question, too.
Well, there's a lot of ties. Apparently, Chris's mom and dad had a house. I don't remember the name of it. I don't know if it's like Galveston or something. They had a house there, and then they moved to Hendersonville. And apparently a lot of the family is out in that direction. And then that construction company is out there too, next to that landfill. So I'm just wondering, I'd get searches if I wasn't so far away. But I'm wondering if it's been searched, and I'm wondering if that landfill's been searched.
Remember, they went out to that one Kentucky landfill, but why were they in and out so fast? You know what I mean?
I don't know. But we've got two different landfills in the same area that trash is being dumped at. You know what I mean? And that's the thing. I feel like because it wasn't jumped on at the beginning like it should have been, I feel like, we've had time for evidence to be taken, gotten out. I mean, it's just, it wasn't picked up. The ball was dropped at the beginning.
What's
I've
this?
already.
Have you heard anything about this? I don't know. You got your ear to the streets, and I was at the hospital all day until this morning. Oh shit, Trev, Gallatin, Tennessee, where this whole Proudfoot family has ties. Uncle D, that's where the sheriff's office is located. Sumner County Sheriff is the same effing town. That's why CP called them directly. Is this any truth to this, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. Allegedly, that's what I've been hearing. There's a lot of connection with that side of the family in that area.
It's just it's a report that I'm getting in right now, and I'm asking you and everybody in chat. Has anybody else heard this too? Wow.
Yes.
Interesting.
So that's what I'm wondering. There's just so much connection out that way. And apparently she sells a lot of real estate out that way. So, I mean, I don't know, man. That's what I'm wondering. People are saying, well, the construction site, the hospital that I just don't believe that. I don't believe that. I believe I think it's in that area right there. I think if he has passed on and they were trying to get rid of evidence and stuff, I think it's going to be in that area right there.
Hold up. Yes, it's true. They have a lot of connections, and his mom is a realtor. This is wild. So that's a lot of people are speculating. That's why he called them directly, allegedly. Wow. Possible cover up, Angela. I mean, it throws that scenario out there. When you hear that, when you hear that they have connections in there like that, or Uncle D, I don't know. This is my first time seeing it. I've heard it and heard, but now somebody is saying that there is a connection between them and somebody at a sheriff's office. Where's that connection? Who's Uncle D? Anybody can name themselves Uncle D. Who the hell is that? I want to know more about this.
I think that is Chris's, if I'm not mistaken, don't hold me to this, but I think it's Chris's mother's brother.
Well, it says this. There's that's where Chris mom, uncle, and them all lived for years. They have ties there. This is what's being reported to me. I am freaked the F out. There's way more to this story's got to be. And now it comes out that Sumner County Sheriff doesn't even have Sebastian in their missing page this many days in. It's on the Tennessee alert page, but not Sumner County Sheriff page. What?
Oh my
They
God.
do not have him on the missing persons page. They do not have. They do not. Now, TBI does, but they do not. Now that was I checked yesterday. I did not see it yesterday.
What is going on here, ladies and gentlemen? Something stinks to high heavens. Good gracious.
Yeah. And that's what I was hoping, that's why we do this channel. I was hoping maybe you can dive in to some of this connection, this construction company, this landfill, how close it is to that. The house that they used to own out there.
I'm writing this down because I'm going to do some homework. Say again.
Okay, the construction site is called Next Generation.
Next Generation.
And the landfill is supposed to be right, like within next door of this.
Next door, okay.
Pretty much. Well, I don't know if you get what I'm saying. It's it's close, which is where the trash. Because let's go back to the beginning. We have got to get all the static out. We have to go back to the beginning of the interviews.
Yes,
he said he went out to the trash to take the trash out. We've got a video. We don't know if that's Sebastian or not. Okay, what I'm saying, we don't know because Steph said it was very grainy. Okay, so we've got the trash. Okay, let's go back to that. They already looked in Kentucky. Let's see where that landfill is. Let's look at this company. Let's look at houses that they've owned in the past. Their connections. I feel like we need to go back to the beginning because if you look at the interviews that the Proudfoots have made, they give a lot of information.
Oh, for sure.
They really do. They give a lot of information, T.
What was the comment about it? This will be a case to study for something. I forget exactly what it was, but this will be a case to study for many years or what? That was a weird comment.
Right. many years to come, is what or something of that nature. So I believe we really need to go back to the beginning, and we need to look at what was said and really look into this. And I don't know, there's just so much stuff flying around that we have to look at the facts, look at what they've dropped, and hopefully Sebastian is found. You know, we're starting to get discouraged. I get it, but at the end of the day, you know, the truth needs to come out.
We can't give out hope that much. I mean, again, the Idaho 4 case was between 47, 49 days before they found something. So, or 46 to 50 days, around the same time frame. I'm looking up here on this website too, to look at the missing on the Sumner County website. Where's this at?
It wasn't on that. He was not on there last night.
It was not on there last night, you're saying?
I went and looked, and he was not on there last night.
Okay. So he was not on there last night. Share.
And you would think, why hasn't he been put on there? You know what I mean?
Correct. Exactly. I'm looking on here now. I'm pulling it up to just take a brief look myself to make sure nobody's overlooking it. Let me see. Missing persons. I'm looking here. Division. Nope, not there. Nope. Resources. No. Where's it at on here? Child missing. I'm looking on it right now as we speak. Let's look. Nope. That's scroll past that. Scroll past that. It's not showing me anything here. A child missing.
No, it didn't show it, and I don't get that. If he's in the TBI, I don't get that.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing. Nope. Wow, interesting. He is not. Nope, he's not up here that I'm looking at. No.
And they want us to have faith in them, and everybody's like, "Well, have faith in law." Okay, we have faith in law enforcement. You know, I support the blue, but why in the world is this child not listed on your site?
Sure isn't.
I mean, we're going into almost 50 days here. You know, there's no excuse. I mean, and then, you know, I don't know, T. Something just smells funny.
It stinks. I agree.
It does. It stinks. Well, I hope you get to feeling better. I just wanted to throw some ideas your way, and maybe
I'm gonna check in. I wrote that down. The construction that you wanted me to check into. What was it? Construction Next Generation. The company landfill supposed to be right next to it.
Apparently so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna check into it.
And I hope you feel better. Get you some apple cider vinegar. I'm being honest.
I believe
you those. It'll help, and it'll help prevent you from getting kidney stones. I hope you get to feeling better. Drink you plenty of water, T. We got to keep you well too.
I was literally dealing with some bad. I drank a protein shake yesterday morning, and I was going to bed, or late night going into the morning. I drank a protein shake, and all of a sudden my stomach started ripping and shredding, and then I finally got it to calm down just a tad bit, and I went to sleep, and I guess I woke up throwing up on my back, and I threw up like 10 to 12 times, and it was like, man, ambulance time. So
well, thank you
the whole day
for being out there. Thank you for being on today for us. I mean, that shows your loyalty to this family, man. And we back you, and we love you, and take care of yourself, man.
Well, I'm doing the best I can, but I'm gonna be here regardless. I don't care if I was in a hospital bed, I'd be live there too. So I appreciate you. I'm serious too, serious as can be.
We know you are. All right, T. You take care, and you have a blessed one. Okay.
You too. Thank you so much. I hope you have a blessed day. You make sure you lock your doors and you stay safe.
Oh, you know it. All right, honey. Take care.
Thank you so much. Good phone call. 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. This is getting weird, ladies and gentlemen. Very weird. Damn. Okay. Wow. So I got to look into that, but I didn't see him on there either myself just now. And that was a quick glance. Let's see. Here we go. 724. Trev, I sent you an email you should read. I'm going to definitely check it. I'm gonna check it. Let me see. I see that. Rollers. Okay, I'll fix that for you, Kate. That for you, Kate. Got you. Bite marks. I see that email. 951. What's going on? You're live.
Wow, this is the first time I even tried today, and I tried the other day so many times I couldn't get into you.
Well, you're through now.
I'm surprised I got in. Well, all I want to say is what's always bothered me from the very beginning is that they posted all these pictures of him like a young child, and they're like looking for him as kind of a big kid. I would have put, pictures out of him like current, like how you had one without glasses, like the Santa one.
Yeah.
But it seems like there was a lot of like kid photos. The other part was that when he said in that interview about him being a ninja, haha, now he finally escaped. Like, what does that mean? That seemed weird to me. Like, why would he make a comment like that? Like, it's a funny thing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That was something that I thought was weird. The other thing is, with the CPS case, I'm surprised that they wouldn't have contacted Seth, because typically when they do those types of investigations, they're going to look out and locate the other parent, at least make an attempt. Unless she's lied and said no, he's not involved or whatever, but I'm pretty sure they do still make an attempt to find the parent. What was the other part? The other part too that I thought was interesting is with the therapy. Mm-hmm. A lot of times, if there's abuse going on, they're not going to want to seek out therapy because they don't want that to come out in therapy, because those are mandated reporters. So it's interesting that they, kind of ignored that and didn't want to get him any help. But yet Seth was kind of pushing and pushing and pushing for that, that kind of seems interesting to me, because most likely, just like the police caller earlier was mentioning, I'm pretty sure that poor little boy suffered a lot in that house, just from, what we were all gathering, you know what I mean? It didn't seem like he had a normal life.
Yeah, it did seem.
And then the other thing, with the diapers, mm-hmm. or the briefs, it's like, a child that age, I know he's autistic, but Dad was like, he didn't require that here. Why would he require that there?
Right.
Usually, a kid's going to be scared, they'll wet their pants or whatever. That just seems right there, that kind of, a lot of red flags, obviously, with this case. But it's been bothering me since the get-go, since we've been on. But those are the points I just wanted to bring up that I thought was interesting with this case. Can you hear me, by the way? I'm on.
No, I can hear you.
Okay, because I'm on like earbuds or whatever. Last time I called in a while back with the Soto case, you couldn't hear me.
No, I can hear you this time. I can hear you.
So yeah, and I don't know. I mean, I want to keep the faith that he's still out there alive, but I just feel like it's been so long.
Thank you, Donna.
That's what worries me.
Yeah,
it's been so long.
48 friggin' days. I mean, we were, remember Madeline Soto, and actually when I was covering Madeline Soto, he was missing because they went missing the same day.
Yeah, and I think the same thing with the poor Elijah case too. I think he's gone. They did something to him too.
Elijah,
because that's a long, and that case really, man, that made my blood boil. Somebody like that, at that age, you're just trying to, distract a child. When sometimes they can throw a tantrum. Okay, don't put too much emphasis on it. Just kind of move on. Why don't you play some blocks with the child? Why don't you buy some little cars and, read a book? There's a lot of things you could do with the 3-year-old, that doesn't require sitting him in a corner or having him stand for a long period of time. That's ridiculous. It doesn't fit, with the age, you know what I mean? That's not age appropriate. It's just interesting. But yeah, a lot of the stuff that you were reading, I remember from that was just making me so angry. It's like, who would do these things? And why would this mom think that this guy would be appropriate to let her child, be taken care of by this guy? I don't know. So a lot of these cases are just really, really disturbing and really sad. I mean, because if you even think, I know JLR reported on a missing, I think it's boy around the same age just recently, and he was found like the next day. So, it's like, I feel like if something didn't happen to him, they would have found him already, especially him being autistic. Unless somebody does have him. I don't know. Unless somebody's hiding him, like we would hope and pray that that's what, like he's okay and they're just hiding him. But I don't know. The Proudfoots are just they seem like they're just too comfortable over there. Just like they already know what's happened. You know what I mean? Like he's not out there because they already know what they did.
I gotta pull this up on the screen. Yeah, no, I mean, they're not out. Are you saying not out searching because they know what they did?
Yeah, that's how I feel. Like, I mean,
Allegedly.
If that would be me as a mom, I know I probably wouldn't be able to go on camera. I'd be distraught, but I would still be out there trying to search for my kid. I wouldn't be leaving, going somewhere else because, yeah, I mean, what if he were to go back to the house? Like, I would be like wanting to be there, or at least somebody be there, right? If he were to return. But yeah, the lack of her not even wanting to be out there searching, or even if she wanted to stay home and he's out there searching, I don't know, it just seems very odd to me because it's almost seemed like the Madeline Soto case, the same thing. Oh, well, we're just going to sit here and wait. And it's like, normally a mom's not going to be, you're going to be hysterical. I mean, even listening to those 911 calls with that case, they were just so calm. Even the grandma, be like, no way. She would be so distraught. She'd be like, get the fuck down here, like someone needs to get down here now. We need to make a police report. There's a missing child. Like there's no urgency in their voices whatsoever. It just seems so weird. I know it. They say everybody is different, but I don't know that you would think one of them would have been, hysterical in some way.
This is what the caller, I believe, was talking about before when they said, Rev, can you dig this up? The second generation construction.
I know, who knows? Maybe he could be in there. I don't know. It's like
second generation. Yeah, this was.
It does seem weird about that family seeming like they're, people searching and they're going out there pulling down flyers. I mean, I don't know if it's his family, but what other people in the community would be going around pulling down flyers? It just doesn't make sense. And the fact that JLR actually caught his parents following him, taking, looking at him, taking his license plate. Like, come on, like that's weird. Nobody's going to do that if you're out there searching for their, grandchild.
Exactly. I mean, even though it's
step or not.
Yeah, exactly. Step or not. Exactly. Agreed. And that's what
it just seems so odd and weird. And yeah, like a previous caller said today, like grandparents would be out there looking no matter what. Like I wouldn't still be going on some vacation or whatever. I know the grandparents wouldn't do that. My parents wouldn't do that. They'd be like, no, we got to search now. We got to find, no way. There's just so many red flags in this case. It's just unbelievable. But those are the points I just wanted to bring up. And I've been praying for him to come home. I've been praying for Seth because, I mean, he seems like the only one that's out there really, really caring about it. Just wants his son back. I really hope it's not a bad outcome. But like I said, it's just been so long. It's like the only other way it could be possible is that somebody does have him and is caring for him. But I don't know. It's just,
is he being moved from place to place? I don't know.
Yeah.
Is it possible? Anything's possible at this point. Where's the signs of a crime? Where's the signs of at least something happening to him foul play wise? Where's blood? Where's where's signs of that?
Unless they took him somewhere else, unless something happened somewhere else.
Well, did he make it home? Is the real question. Did he make it home?
Yeah. Right.
Police are telling Seth he did make it home.
And that's the weird part. There's cameras everywhere. Every neighbor has cameras. I don't care what neighborhood in America you are. There's cameras all over. There's cameras in the lights in, the streets. Like there had to have been a camera that caught him or them somewhere. Of course, like everyone said before, law enforcement's not going to let that out. But I'm just thinking there has to be more. They got to be building some kind of case or doing something like that because for them to, kind of be quiet about it. And then I don't know. It's either got to be where someone has them or.
I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice here for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Do you think it's foul play or do you think he's just out there being moved around?
I don't know. I don't want to say this, but I think that's foul play. Their actions just seem too weird.
Well, I
in my
appreciate.
opinion.
Well, I
But thank you
appreciate
so
you.
much. I hope you feel better.
Thank you.
And we enjoy your show, so you take care.
You too. God bless you. Thank you for calling in. Lock your doors too and stay vigilant. 219-885-9693. Nancy Drew. What is going on? Nancy Drew, 401. You're live. Talk to me.
Hi, how are you?
401. Hopefully you don't got a gun, but talk to us today.
I'm the one that actually
I had
emailed
to
you
fit
earlier.
something in, I had to fit something in. But talk to me. What's going on?
Okay, so I did a little bit of research myself.
Yes, ma'am.
And pretty much by mistake. So I have software and stuff like that, only because I own my own business. So I don't really trust any of them, to be quite honest with you, because everyone's story has holes, and there's different things that come out, and it is what it is. However, I saw it from a different point of view, and I wanted to listen to the Nina interview again, because it was at odd timing that came out, and it kind of popped out, and then it hasn't resurfaced, and there's no other things other than her saying that she wants, her identity and all that stuff because she's afraid. Well, I did look her up and I researched her, but in her video, she messed up. And when she said that her neighbor said that there was a plan, to take the kid, she used a different name. When I researched that name and all the locations, it is similar, but not really. It's family members that, she kind of used for the name. When I dug deeper in all the locations, that was actually an alias that was used, which was actually Dina, not Nina. And Gomez is a family name. Going from there, I found her real name. And so when I looked her up, I found what she does for a living. And I could prove it.
No, I'm listening.
Yeah, she works. I don't know how much
No, I don't. I mean, as far as Nina, we watched it one time here, and I've heard some things on her. But again, my opinion isn't. When I first heard Nina,
and I'm nervous to even really say it because I do want this kid found. I do think that what happened was I'll just tell you what she does, and if you want, I would look it up now before it's gone. So she lives in San Diego, California. She's an insurance agent. She's not just an insurance agent. She's vice president of the company. And she also does life insurance. Not just life insurance for special needs children or special needs people. That's actually what she does and what she has done. I looked up her court records. There is nothing there as far as her and Chris are concerned. She is involved with the military as well. Her husband, currently now, whatever, is part of the military. So they all know each other.
Okay.
The scary part about that is we don't know who's involved and what's involved. I think what happened, and this is speculation, I am not, CSI over here by any means, but I'm telling you that she's part of it. I can tell. If you want to look at her Facebook, I did that as well. I compared it to her real name along with the name that she gave. It is her, same watch, all those things. It's public right now. I would look if you want. I can send it to you. And the insurance agency that she is vice president for and what she does and how long she's been there, which is since 2016. And she's been in this industry, that field, since 2008. So she knows what she's doing. If that's what it is, I think it's insurance fraud gone wrong, if I had to guess. And they all know each other. Do I necessarily think do I think it was probably planned? Yes. Do I think it was meant to hurt him? Probably not. I don't know. I'm not there. I'm in Rhode Island, so I'm nowhere even near this area or family or know them at all. But I'm hoping he's still alive.
Yeah.
Hopefully
Jasmine,
he's hidden.
Jasmine said she lives in Albuquerque.
Right. Yeah. And that's where family is. and where her family connection is actually Gomez Family
Again, I don't know
Services.
nothing about. I don't know nothing
Yeah.
about Nina.
So her actual, I'll tell you right now, if you want to go look it up while I'm talking to
No,
you.
I mean, say what. Go ahead, keep going. You're talking.
That way you know, like you can see her face.
Are we sure it's not the wrong Nina?
It's
I'm just
not
making
Nina at
sure. I
all.
want to make sure that you know what I mean. Like I don't.
I'll send it to you if you want, and then you can judge for yourself. But
Okay.
her real name is actually Norma.
Okay. I got you.
And-
Yeah, I'll look at it.
okay.
I'll look at it. So I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure.
I'm positive.
Yeah, I just
I'm
wanted to make sure.
honestly positive, and that's why I said I'll send to your email if you want everything. That way, there's like the track of that. But I don't think that it was meant to be where everyone in this every person's looking for this kid. I think it was meant to be a quick buck. After a certain amount of time, someone's pronounced dead, quote unquote. You get insurance money. It doesn't matter whether and if he was alive, he would be alive with military or family, or everyone's connected, even Chris's family, whole family.
I'm looking at the email right
Yeah.
now. You said you sent it already?
I'm gonna do it right now.
Okay.
If you want to wait 1 second, I'll send you everything I have.
Okay.
I'm gonna exit your live if that's
Yeah, again,
okay.
I don't know nothing. All I've seen was the video that came out on Trev Times with Nina. I've seen that whole video. I thought that she was being genuine. That was just my first take and watch. On my first take and watch, I was like, damn, this woman's been through some shit. Like she's been through some shit with this guy. Like that was my initial thought at the end. I didn't look any further after that for anything around, because this woman is like from the other side. Like we're over here in Albuquerque, and you know what I mean? That's how I looked at it. But again, I don't know.
It's coming through right now.
Okay, I'll look. I'm looking for it. And I'm not saying you're wilding or not. I'm just saying in general.
Not at all.
I never looked
I
back or
understand.
even looked or decided to do any of the stuff that you're talking about. You did.
I did a different way, just because when I listened to her, it was never an interview at that. It was a poor quality video that was sent out. And then there was never a follow-up. That was odd to me. So then when I re-listened to her, which I'm not trying to like downplay anyone's trauma or experiences at all, it just was odd. You know what I mean? But then not have anything go from there. And then re-listening to it, the discrepancies, and when she said the wrong name, and then all the places she lived, that's how I could track it. You should have it, by the way.
Okay, I'll check it out.
And I am worried about the kiddo, because I don't want, if he is alive, I don't want me calling and saying this be a reason why he's not. I can't live with myself, to be honest. And I tried calling multiple like bigger sources, because they're all intertwined with like law enforcement, insurance, military. That's scary. And I think, if I had to guess, I think it was meant to make a buck. And then of course you wouldn't find him. And of course there's no blood, because I don't think he ever was unalive at the time.
Where's the receipts about because I see everything that you sent, but I don't see nothing on it as far as some of the other stuff you spoke on, like insurance and all that.
I just sent you her picture. Look at the side by side from the video that was there. That's the insurance company.
Okay.
And it shows what she's vice president and where it is. And then if you look further down on that page, her Facebook page, and you compare it, look at the watch and compare it to the one in the video, it's exactly the same.
Let me jump forward. So what would be motive for that?
I think it was insurance money. I think that she knows all of them, or at the very least, Chris, right? At the very least, but they all know military in some way, I think that it was meant, if someone disappears after 90 days, no matter what, you do get a settlement for someone that you would have insurance, you know what I mean? Like life insurance on. Well, now, did I go and call there and see if he has, that that child is insured with them? No, I think that's not my job.
I mean, I'm sure
but
if that was something connected there, like they would. This guy,
I don't know if
they were supposed to go to trial on March 5th. So what would be if they're going to trial? Then this is just my question to you. And as I'm sitting here and I know the story and heard that they had trial on March 5th, and she's been through all this stuff with Chris, but somehow that trial on March 5th doesn't go on because of the situation now. I'm just lost there. That's where I'm lost because this woman's at war with this dude in court. They're going to war. I fucking hate you. You know, you got two people that do not like each other going to court with each other on March 5th that are going to trial. Like it's hard for me to find or like a.
If you look at court records, they don't exist, and those are all public.
So if she lied about court records, wouldn't the police already be on that though? Like if she lied about, okay, we're going to trial March 5th.
I understand. That's what I'm getting at. There may be a lot of things that the public does not know, is what I'm getting at. Like this is her being what she is, it not being brought up again. It's very vague. It doesn't exist. You can look it up yourself. There is no matter wherever they've been located.
For sure. No, we'll take a look at it. We'll take a look.
You know what I mean?
I appreciate you calling.
And then because I would not call at all or even give this information if I didn't triple check.
No, I get it. I get it. And I appreciate
you
calling. I appreciate you calling. I'm gonna check it out on my time off.
Please.
Get off here. But it's like I'm not saying that I'm not gonna look at it. I'm just saying in general, like this woman is at war with this guy.
But is she? You don't know that.
From what
you don't know,
what we're being told, and knowing that the world is going to view this on YouTube, or at least a lot of people are going to view this call. I mean, I viewed it here with like 3,000 people watching. Other people
right now
there, and it's been all the way out there. It's been all the way out there to the point you've went and did some research on some things. But
yeah, and I understand what you're saying. But a lot of people if you tell someone your name and like all your history, and like why would someone not believe you, especially since it's such a traumatizing situation? And on top of that, the main focus is to show that there's a guilty party. So I think that in the end, what if they know that it's not going to come back that he did anything necessarily because
the court record exists. Somebody said,
yeah, go look.
The court record literally exists, talking about the court record existing.
Right. I know what you're saying, but what if that it's just a bigger picture? Because you're going
like I said, we'll check into it. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for having a voice here today. We will find, I mean, it's going to come out, whatever it is, but I don't know. Again, I don't know what you're talking about here. It's just hard for me to believe that when they're at war with each other. That's all. But then again, I get what you're saying. And there's been crazier stuff. So I'm not, but damn, that'd be wild. I appreciate you. Thank you for calling and make sure you lock your doors and you stay vigilant. I'm going to look at the information she sent me. I'm going to look at it. 219-885-9693. But these people are at war with each other. They hate each other. Gotta get me some video footage of them hanging out as of recently or something. I mean, for somebody to be at war with somebody over custody of a whole nother child, it's like, oh, right? 813, you're on with me. Talk to me. 813, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. This Rev, right?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Listen, I'm down south, and I've been following this whole thing. Thanks, courtesy to you and bravo, sir, for actually covering this like you did. I think there's a lot of mysteries going on here, a lot of confusion, smokes and mirrors. At the bottom of the day, this child, I've been on the planet now about 3/4 of a century. I've seen a lot of ugly stuff. And at the end of the day, one of these three adults knows what happened to this child. That's just the way it is. He didn't wander off in the middle of the night with no shoes on. A predator didn't break into the house and steal him and then murder him. One of these three adults did something very bad with his child.
Right.
And what I really don't understand is Dad, Seth himself. Where's the rage that should be accompanied with him? Providing, on all things being equal, I guess what I'm trying to say here is dad knows he didn't have anything to do with it. Well, that kind of narrows it down. Now, my child is 45 years old. And if somebody had done something, if my son's mother had done something to my child, if he was missing, I would be in their face. I mean, I would be in their face. Where's my kid? I know I didn't do it. Pedophile didn't break into the house and steal him.
Right.
This child didn't walk off in the middle of the night with no shoes, defying all cameras, all surveillance.
Correct.
I mean, you can't walk down the street without somebody seeing you now. So my point is, again, this whole lackadaisical attitude, well, I don't want to investigate. I would be hunting them down because dad didn't have anything to do with it. Dad's not stupid. So where is this rage at? Maybe it's just me. Because I'll tell you something, if somebody had done something like this to my child, I would be coming unglued. There'd be no stopping me. There's not a cops walking around to stop me. I want to know where my kid is. And he's not. He's on YouTube. He's just kicking it around. And I got no problems with that. Because I see this lackadaisical attitude. This is the most mystifying shit that I've ever seen.
I mean, I think it's more like when you look at it, I don't know. I mean, the guy is going through a hell of a lot. But I mean, at least he's out there putting together a research team, PIs, looking for information, showing face. So, I mean, that's, and again, he is frustrated. I've talked to him off the air and he's getting it. He's pissed the fuck off. He's more pissed than what, a lot of people think. He's shown his frustration, I feel like, on even when I seen him on here, but I'm talking to him off. He even shows his frustration there too. I can hear the concern.
I don't mean to step on you.
No, you're good, brother. You're good.
We all need to brace ourselves for the fact that this child's in heaven. He's no longer with us. He's not secreted away on some military base. He's gone. Okay? And he needs to be properly buried. I just don't get it. I am totally lost here. I would be losing my mind. My heart just aches for this child. I work with children who suffer from this kind of stuff. I write software for them. So I engage families all the time with this. This kid didn't wander off in the middle of the night with no shoes on. It didn't happen. He didn't turn into Houdini and engage his cloak of invisibility. Somebody took him. Personally, I think he never made it home. But that's just...
So you don't think he made it home from Texas Roadhouse?
Yeah. I think something happened. I don't know what exactly happened. I do know this. One of those three assholes knows what happened to this child. That's just my read on it.
Yeah.
No, it's very sad. I don't understand how, personally speaking, I think it's the mom and stepdad. I'm not feeling it from dad, not to mention he's all over the country doing his thing. He wasn't even present for this to happen. He didn't secret him away in the middle of the night, which I guess would have been the right thing to do at this point. I don't know, man. I don't know. They're not getting away with it. Insurance is not paying.
Yeah, no doubt. Love that you said that too. Insurance is not paying. Insurance is definitely not paying.
There's no money in this. So I hate to say that like that, but that's the reality of it. I think it's going to come out in the end. Somebody lost their temper because these children are a handful. I'm here to tell you they are autistic children are a handful. I think somebody got mad.
But my thing is if you can't handle that, then give it to somebody who can.
Exactly. There's tons of resources out there. I deal with them. I'm one of the resources.
So and that's great. I'm glad that somebody who deals with children that have autism, or maybe I don't even know, maybe there's other type of children you deal with too, but I'm glad that somebody that has the experience is calling in. I mean, he was with Katie that night. We got to look at it like it is. He was with Katie that night, and he came, or they were going home, allegedly they made it home. When I asked Seth this question, and say, hey, is law enforcement telling you that your son got home that night? Yeah, they're telling me that. But the video that I'm seeing is grainy. You cannot tell if it's Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And he's specifically saying that. So how do you know that he got home then? Law enforcement.
Right.
How do you know he got home then? If you know what I mean? That's the part that I'm confused at.
I mean, me personally, I probably shouldn't say this online. My scenario would be very simple. They would come home, mom and stepdad would come home to find me in their home with a gun. And the conversation would go like this: you're going to tell me where my child is buried, or I'm going to fill your lying ass full of some hot shit. Right here, right now. I mean, I would lose my mind. I have children of my own. I cannot even imagine the loss of my child. There is no greater failure for a parent than to outlive their children. It's just, if you're a parent, you get this. You really do. This is just, it's so sad. Listen, I don't want to take up a whole bunch of
good,
time.
brother. It's good. It's good conversation. It's just,
I'm
kind of
not
stuck on the last call too. That kind of just threw me into left field. I'm like listening. I'm listening to her, and I love listening to everybody. That's, I can hear anybody's opinion without getting angry. I can listen to anybody's opinion without getting angry. So when I'm hearing this different theory, like the last one who called in about talking about Nina, it's like these people are at war. Like this is a person that she was married to, at war with. It's hard for me to wrap my mind around that. It is.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to wrap my mind around that. It's hard for me to even look down that avenue when these people were at war and supposed to be at trial on March 5th. So to come to that, I don't know. That would be absolutely one of the weirdest cases I've ever seen in my whole entire life. And then when we think about what you were talking about with Seth, he is pissed off, brother. He is beyond pissed off. When I say that he's pissed off, trust me, he is pissed off. And I talked to him behind the scenes, off of the, offline, on the phone. He is beyond pissed off. He just wants to know where his son is, and he's willing to turn over any rock. He's willing to bust any window to find out where Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is, and that's a fact. And you can hear it coming out of that man when you talk to him, especially when I talk to him off the air, and even seeing him on the air, talking here, other places. It's been the same energy with him. That's what I'm getting. But
I hope this. I just hope and pray. There's a part of me that wants to believe that this child is wherever. Okay, but my age and my experience on this planet and seeing just how cruel and vile people can be, even to their own children, I'm fairly well convinced this child is no longer with us. He's in heaven, and that's cool. And maybe I'm wrong. I'd love to be wrong, man. Oh God, I'd love to be wrong. I just don't think that I am. I don't know what happened. But one of these three people, or two, or all three.
Thank you, Dana.
Okay. Somebody here locally knows, or there locally knows what happened to that child, and they're not getting away with it. The insurance isn't paying.
Right.
The FBI is going to drop on these two like a ton of bricks. They're going to keep digging. They're not going to let this go. There is no getting away with this.
Correct.
So I would just.
I just hope it doesn't turn out like a Summer Wells, man. Summer Wells, 3 years. I'm just saying, who's getting away with that?
Right. No one. You know, I mean, in the end, with today's technologies, this kid's going to turn up. He's going to turn up one way or another. He's going to turn up. He just looks so goddamn innocent to me.
Sebastian.
I don't.
Yes,
Anyways,
man.
I'm gonna let you know. This is all very troubling for me because, like I said, I deal with these children. I know what a handful they can be at times, and it ain't fault. And if you can't deal with this as a parent, then you need to step up and hand the kid off to somebody who can. There's institutions, there's other family members, there's aunts, there's uncles, there's brothers. You know, to do this is just it's a sin. It's such a crime against nature. And to Seth, all I can say is my heart goes out to you, man.
Absolutely, brother. And I appreciate you calling in and having the balls to call up and talk about your thoughts and opinions on this case. I appreciate you, brother. Hopefully I hear from you again. I hope you have a blessed day. Make sure you lock your doors. Again, thank you for calling in, man, and having the courage.
Well, I leave my doors open, and I hope somebody's stupid enough to walk up into my place.
Yeah, well,
I got something for you. You won't be making the trip home.
Okay, exactly. Same. God bless you. Thank you for calling in. But make sure you lock them doors though, because you don't want to do that. But shout out to you. Phone call from him, man. We appreciate him calling in. But again, I think Seth is like, honestly, I've heard Seth's he's angry. He's pissed off. Trust me. I mean, I talked to him just the other day for about an hour and 10 minutes, hour and 15 minutes. This man is furious about his son being missing. And in fact, he's about to turn over stones that people don't even know about. So just, again, he's a man on a mission right now. You cannot stop Seth right now. Trust me. I've talked to him. I've heard it. The determination in that man's voice is something else. But I do want to gather real quick just to say we're into the stream a little bit, but I do want to say a prayer for Sebastian Rogers. I do want to say a prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, as we gather in this live stream tonight, we come before you with a heavy heart and hopeful spirits, united in prayer and purpose. We lift up Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who has been missing for 48 days, and we ask for your divine intervention in his safe return, Lord. Surround him with your protection. Comfort him in his isolation and guide those searching for him towards clues that bring him home, Lord. We pray for Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, who faces every parent's nightmare, and the Proudfoots. We need you to strengthen him with your boundless grace and provide him and the families with resilience to endure this trial. May he feel your presence and they feel your presence and your comfort and your hope during these trying times. We also hold the Rev Gang family in our hearts tonight too. This community of viewers and supporters who have came together in solidarity and concern. Bless each one of them, Lord. Infuse this gathering with your love and wisdom, ensuring that our words and actions bring solace and encouragement to each other. Guide our conversation, protect our space from negativity, and let our what's up? I can wait. Okay, they guide our conversation, protect our space from negativity, and let our communal prayer be a beacon of light in the darkness. May our efforts tonight contribute the good, catalyzing positive change and bringing peace to those who are troubled. Thank you, God, for the fellowship we share, for the technology that connects us, and for the spirit of unity that empowers us to make a difference. We trust in your mighty power and your merciful care, now and always. In the name of our Son, Jesus Christ, amen. Okay, I just needed to get that prayer off. Man, We know Chris' wives' names and insurance doesn't pay without death certificate, and it doesn't matter if it's 10 years. Amen. Amen. 219-885-9693. 865, you're live. Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV, it's Miss
What's going
Mary.
on, Miss Mary? All right.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm okay. I'm feeling a little weird this afternoon. How about you?
Yeah, myself. I'm hanging in there. I'm doing all right.
Yeah, I hear you. I just wanted to call in and touch base a little bit and kind of just for myself, and I don't know about for you, maybe you can do this with me. I don't know if anybody else wants to, but kind of like recenter on something. I keep feeling like I'm hearing that obviously we're missing a piece that we all want to know, right? What happened? There's a piece there that maybe the police already know, the people that are searching for him, even maybe Seth may know, but they're not allowed to say, because if they say, it could really put Sebastian at jeopardy, in more jeopardy than maybe he is already in. Hopefully he's still, we keep hanging on to the hope that he's hanging out, somewhere, somebody's got him and he's okay.
Right.
But I just thinking about the Soto case, how deep that thing went from, you've got a missing child to now you've got this guy with all the stuff down, behind him, that's what he's done, to where is this going even further, because nobody's come up with a charge for murder for him because it's so deep. Maybe they're running into the same thing here, and they just can't give us that information yet. I don't know, but it could be that there's a network that they're trying to get to, because again, like the 4 hours away in Kingsport, they have another autistic young woman missing about almost the same time, maybe about a month or so different from them. She was 19 with about a 15-year-old cognitive ability. I was looking today to see, any more information about the body that they found up there, and it's crickets. And just crickets. There's no sound. There's nothing. Nobody's saying anything. And it just makes you kind of wonder in the background what we as a public don't know. I'm sure Seth and the family have some information that we're not privy to, that he would probably love to be able to tell us, and he can't tell us. I'm not saying that he knows or that they found him or anything. I'm just saying, because of protection for Sebastian,
right?
They may have an idea of who have done this, and it may not have been the parents. I mean, we have to give it that. We may not know that, there was an actual, he did actually leave. We don't know that. We don't know. What we know is what we've been told. Right?
Yeah, that's for sure. That's all we know is what we've been told, like you just said. Agreed.
That's all we know. But I don't know. I'm like you. I just pray really hard for this child. And then the other question I had too was that they had said that, Sebastian never left anywhere without his glasses. Well, did he have contacts? Because there's plenty of pictures of him without glasses at school, and, with the Santa Claus and all that kind of stuff. So if he had not had his glasses, could he still somebody taken away from him or whatever, right, and he still be able to travel and walk and not, for me, if you take my glasses, I can't see anything, period, nothing. For him, was it for different reasons? Why did he not have his glasses?
Right.
In this picture where he's older.
Yeah, this part right here. Did he have contacts in? Did he, yeah, I get what you're saying. Or maybe he took it off just for the picture. Here, take your glasses off. You never know. Or does he have it in his little pocket right there at the time? Yeah, it's a great question. Yeah.
But if he can see without his glasses, and he can use contacts, and he had those with him or what have you, or he can just, maybe they're just for reading or whatever, and somebody has him and took his glasses from him to change his appearance. He could have different colored hair. Who knows,
Mm-hmm.
But I still, I was, who Polly Glass was, the little girl that got taken from her room and killed. Do you remember that at all? Mark
No.
Glass, her father has been Mark Glass back years ago.
I do, maybe I do. It's just I look into so many different cases and seen so many different stories. It's like, they start to rack up for me.
Yeah, well, this was years ago. This was years before even I think we had a lot of the internet stuff out there. And he was almost Nancy Grace the other night. And what had happened was that he had his little girl and two other girls were having a sleepover, and a guy came into the room in the middle of the night from the house, and he took the child out and he killed her, and they found her later. But when the police showed up, Mark Glass opened the door and said, "Take my blood work, my fingerprints, search my house. Here's all my stuff. Just take everything, anything you want. I'll take a polygraph, anything. Just find my kid." And the same thing, it was, and on TV, it was out there that we're searching. Mm-hmm. And the only difference is there is that window was opened and he got the little girl out. So, I know it still comes back looking at the mom as pretty, as being pretty shady. But maybe we're just not being told something that the police know, and I don't know. It's really bizarre. I just hope they don't have some type of a ring up there, which a lot of these places do now, where they're grabbing autistic children or grabbing, teenage kids, whatever, because we've seen people do shit. It's really horrible what they do.
Absolutely.
And my heart breaks for Seth. And when I saw the video of the police car pull up to the camper,
mm-hmm.
my heart sunk. It just sunk, because I just thought, when they find him, if he's not here with us, they're going to be there saying, "This is what happened. We found him."
Mm.
They'll show up at the door or whatever, possibly. I don't know. I just.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Again, I don't know why the police were circling out there earlier when Nancy told me about them being out there. Let me look back too. Maybe she has some more information. You never know. Let's see. I'm putting up.
Yeah, maybe somebody at the campground called and just say, you keep looking.
She's out there posting flyers right now. I know that for a fact. She's out there dropping. She just said she was out there dropping flyers. So.
Well, and the one thing that, and this is my personal opinion, and it's, whatever, but again, to me, I would have flyers on my car, magnet picture on my car, on my camper, anything where I travel up and down the highway.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So if they're traveling up and down the highway, why don't they have it plastered all over their vehicles?
That's a good point.
Get his face out there. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. It doesn't hurt to get his face out there. It does not whatsoever. It's just where could he be, Miss Mary? Where could he be at this point? I mean, day 48, he allegedly left the house barefooted. Where could he have gotten besides being abducted and taken somewhere else into a whole different area?
Yeah.
Possibly state. So are we focused on the wrong things, or you get what I'm saying? There's not really much.
Oh, I do. Absolutely.
My mind's a tornado. That's what I can say.
I sit there and I look at what I can see in the interview with the mom, her reaction, her eyes being down, the flat affect, where Chris jumps in when she's talking on some things, the questions behind the transport home. And I still go back to her background with what she learned, her technology that she learned with cell phones, computers, and all the rest, and the phone call. And I look at those things and I'm just sitting there going, you had the capability of making it look like you had a 3.5 hour phone call between your phone and his phone. You could have used burner phones to communicate, but you could have set that up, because she has that capability. I had heard the other day that she has still connections within the Navy. And I'm not saying that anybody in the Navy or the Navy has anything to do with this. I'm saying what her skill set is what she had in the Navy. She would be a person that would be capable of handling this. That's why she does installation for security systems, because she knows all that stuff and she has a high training in that. So is it that she knows exactly where he is and that he is safe, but she knows where he is and she wanted him out of the picture so that they could get Faith? You know what I mean? I have the same questions that everybody else, but it's just my instinct like everybody else. I just step back and look at that and go, I'm looking at your reaction. I look at the history of your work. I look at what Chris Proudfoot's supposed allegedly stepbrother said about him, what they said about Faith, how they were wanting to get Faith, what they said allegedly about Sebastian, and you know, it's kind of a perfect domino set that sets up. But the missing key is why wasn't there a window open? Why wasn't the door open? Why wasn't, you know what I mean? There's a key there that's missing, and the police know it. I have heart in my heart. I really believe they know something, and they just cannot put it out there. I don't know if they know it on the parent, the mom. I don't know, you know what I mean? Kind of like the same thing with the Soto case. Why haven't they done something? I saw the sheriff the other day or the police chief talk about Elijah Vu. Did you see that interview? It was today or yesterday.
No, I didn't see it. I was in the hospital.
And you were in the hospital?
Yeah, yesterday I was.
I didn't know that. I'm so sorry. I wasn't on yesterday.
I was admitted for almost 24 hours. Not all the way, but damn near.
Are you okay?
I was throwing up on my back and I have kidney stones too. But when I woke up, I thought I was dreaming, but I was really throwing up, laying on I could have died.
Oh yeah. Did you
goodness.
aspirate that down in your lungs?
I have food poisoning, and then they gave me some medication for the kidney stones too. So I don't know what was causing. I think it was the food poisoning causing me to throw up in my sleep. But my stomach was in pain so bad, I literally was on my knees and like leaning on my head and like holding my stomach. It was cramping so bad, and I finally got it to calm down a little bit. Went in, fell asleep, and then I thought I was dreaming, but I woke up and was throwing up on my back. Like,
wow,
it was a very scary situation, but I'm glad that
I'm so sorry.
Nah, don't be sorry. It just happens.
Well, man, I know. Yeah, that's horrible, and I hope you can get past those kidney stones. Okay.
Yeah, they hurt.
They hurt.
They hurt like a mug, but again, I was gonna look. If I wasn't out of there by today, we would have been live in the hospital bed right now.
Oh,
straight up.
Oh man, I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I was out of pocket yesterday myself, so I'm so sorry.
No, you're
Gee
good.
whiz. Well, I hope you feel better real soon, and praying for you too. You know, because I know this is a lot on you too, with a lot of comments and things going on all around you too, and it's. Thank God you're okay.
Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, everywhere is blowing up right now. I know it is what it is. That's what happens when you have a case like this and this little boy out here missing. That's what happens.
Yeah.
People are revved up.
Yeah. Well, that preacher's son that disappeared the other day, they found and went off into the woods. 24 hours they found him. They had a camera in the church and they saw that kid's clothing and they found him. You know what I mean? How does this happen?
Right, yeah.
With Sebastian, and oh man, I don't know. All we can do is just keep asking God to help open that door and keep you safe and heal you, and and surround you with love and light and protection, and keep your body strong.
It's just life. You go through it's life. You go through problems. You have health problems. It's just part of life, and we deal with it as it comes. I'm good.
Maybe you're telling me.
I'm good. Trust me, I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna be good regardless. I appreciate you calling in, Mary. Thank you for the wishes, and thank you for calling in and being a voice. Most importantly, for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, I appreciate you. I appreciate you every stream you call in. So thank you. Stay vigilant and lock them doors. Mary, I appreciate her calling in 219-885-9693. What do you mean not taking notice to callers? What do you mean by that? Confused. Huh. 512, I'm on with you. Talk to me.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You're alive. How you doing?
Hi there, finally. Yeah, my name's Lupe from Texas.
Your name? Your name is what?
Lupe. Lupe?
Oh, okay. You said Lisbeth?
No, Lupe, Guadalupe.
Oh, okay. I got you. Guadalupe.
Guadalupe from Texas. Yeah, I have a lot of ideas, but I'm not going to go into that because there's a lot of ways that you can get rid of, whenever. I don't think it was planned. I think it was a spur of the moment. Something happened, and that's why the 3 hours on the phone. She might have done something to him and called Chris, and those 3 hours on the phone was. I don't know if they checked the phone or not. I know that they can check if he was traveling, but that would make sense if he was traveling. It takes 3 hours to get from where he was at to her house and help her get rid of the kid. But Sebastian. But no, I don't want to go into all that because there's so many possibilities. I mean, people are crazy. But yeah, when you have somebody with autism, I think it's a lot of like the guy said that it takes a special person to take care of a kid with that problem. And do you remember how Melissa treated him on the video? The Christopher's sister, she was mean to him.
Oh, you talking about on the video with the voice?
Yeah, where he's trying, hey Melissa, and what? Like imagine that's just like in public.
Yes,
on
ma'am.
the video, but imagine.
I do remember that video, and I just watched it the other night.
Yeah, imagine in privacy how everybody was with him. And Chris, he has a short temper. They're all in the Navy or whatever. They have a lot of discipline. And with him, it was hard to get him disciplined because he's not like a regular kid. He's got special needs. But yeah, well, I think that I don't know if the LE they mess it all up because I mean they can go to all the houses that have cameras and see who went in the early hours of the night, what cars went in and out, and see if there were any strangers or if Chris came in there. He could have come, to visit her and gone back. We don't know. We only know what she's saying or what they've been telling us. We don't know what happened. So we're all basing our theories on what they said. But remember, Chris, when he says, he talks about the concrete, how you have to pour it and smooth it out, and he laughs that it's funny that you think that you could bury. But if his family was, if they have construction companies, they might have another place where there was concrete being built, and they could have taken it to this. He could have taken Sebastian to his family's place and done that in the night, dug a hole. They knew how to use all the equipment, dug a hole, throw him in and throw cement in there, and they're never going to find him that way, I mean, he's so insensitive the way and Katie, the way she just looks down.
Yeah.
That's like, and when they had the chance to say what, like say something, she hardly, they have to like pull everything out. Like, if it was me, I'd be like, if you haven't, please, bring him back. If anybody has seen him, nothing. They have to pull every little, thing out of them. Oh, if you see him, come back. They didn't even. They have open forum. They can talk to the public, and they don't even take advantage of that. They were Nancy Grace. They could have said that. It's everybody's seeing. It's national TV. Everybody, they could have had a lot of people seeing him, and they could have asked, hey, if you've seen him, please. Nothing. You don't see any of that. So it's just, it's. I think she did him in, and he helped. But yeah, there's a lot of things, but yeah.
Well,
but I think that Ellie, hopefully they did it and they went and looked at all the cameras and saw if there was any cars that went in or out. And also, she didn't even say. She kept putting that out that that's the narrative that she wants to throw out that he was taken. But if he was taken, how come she didn't ask, hey, please send him back. If anybody saw somebody with him, this is what he looks like. Nothing like that. That was the narrative. That was what they were going with. Like, he was taken. He was taken, but were the windows open? Was there any disturbance in the windows? The scent, dogs, they're only as good as their handlers. That's what I've heard. So we saw it in the Watts case, they're only as good as the handlers. So I don't, and even Chris said that, dogs they're not always right. I mean, yeah, but the way he laughs at things, that's so insensitive. And they didn't love him there. He was a handful, and I think Chris was just projecting onto Sebastian all the things that he saw wrong with Sebastian. I think it was just the projection of his own insecurities. I've heard that men that marry a lot and that cheat a lot, they're closeted homosexuals. That's what I've heard. So he might be a homosexual, and that's why he was projecting that onto Sebastian. And I don't know what his relationship with his mom was, but that's, I heard that he's real close with her. You never know. You never know what goes behind closed doors. It's not nothing that we haven't heard. There's things that go on with mothers with sons and everything, not just. So, I mean, everything is a possibility, but we won't know.
What you're saying, you think it's foul play?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, if it was me and I lost my kid when one of them was little at the store, and I went crazy. I went and told, and I was hoping that everybody would close the doors, and that was in the 80s, 90s. But I went crazy just thinking that I had lost my kid, and and it was at the store and found him. But imagine if there's no normal, she does not act like somebody that lost, and they're not looking because they know he's not coming back. And also, if she was out there asking for them to help, to look, keep an eye on him, they could have a sign on that truck. They traveled like, I don't know how many miles from one state to the other, or from one city or state, whatever, from her house to his job. And they could have had a sign on their trucks, hey, missing. And they didn't have any of that.
Well, allegedly she did, but allegedly she took it off.
Yeah, but when they were traveling, and also if they're parked in a park, in those parks, there's a lot of people that are from out of town. Why not leave the sign on the truck in case somebody traveling from other places saw it and they're parked in that park, the RV park? They're not from that same town. They're from other towns. So why not leave that sign in case somebody goes to park there and they saw something on their way there?
Right.
So I don't know. It's so. The only thing, if he was buried under cement, I don't think they're gonna find him because there will be a lot of places to go search. I know they can do that because there was this guy once that was burying his victims. He was killing them and burying them in his basement, and they used some sort of imaging or like density or whatever. And they were able to see that he had a lot of
they were using what they call, I'm pretty sure, was it through concrete?
No, I don't know if it was, I think he would bury
They
them
were
and then
probably
pour concrete over it.
GPR, which is ground penetrating radar, is usually what they would do.
Yeah,
You know,
that's what they use to find things like from. Yeah,
Lupe, I
they use
appreciate you
that to
calling
find.
in. I appreciate you being a voice here tonight. Thank you so much for.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good.
Okay,
You're good. Don't say sorry.
yeah.
Don't you ever say
Okay.
sorry for talking and being a voice here. I don't want you to be sorry.
Yeah.
I do appreciate
Every day I turn the TV on and I wanna I just want them to find him so that we can have either closure.
exactly.
Closure for the dad and the family that love him. Yeah,
Absolutely. I
because
appreciate you calling. Thank you for
it's
being a voice here tonight.
I would think it's terrible. It'd be terrible to not know for them forever. They're eternally looking for
Well,
him.
I mean, look at the other Tennessee
That just
case
sucks.
of Summer Wells, 3 years. So
Oh,
I'm hoping it
yeah.
doesn't turn out this way. We're 48 days in, but again, no sign.
Yeah, and sometimes the elderly just suck. They need to. That was another thing. I'm sorry. I think that in these cases where there's a kid missing, I think they should have the law so that it needs to be treated as a foul play, a crime scene, and separate the parents and have everybody interrogated and check everything for luminol and traces and everything.
My thing
Because
for that of
you
what
give
you're saying is that, but when I hear you say that as somebody speaking out for the public, my thing is this: where's the evidence for that for them to check for that?
No, I'm not saying because you're going on the basis of what the parents are telling you. But we've seen time and time again
Absolutely.
that whenever a kid is missing, it's usually the parents or somebody that did something
Absolutely.
wrong.
No, I'm saying, what if
And
they did this at the beginning? What if they already checked some things
yeah,
like this?
that's what I said. That hopefully that's one of the things that they do in this case. Don't wait till 24 hours, a week, or whatever to go check. Everything just like Kohlberger. By the time they checked, it was a month later. They're not gonna find anything. He already cleaned everything up. They need to do it like treat it like a foul play and right away separate him, interrogate him, and everybody around the circle,
Right.
because a lot of things are going like that unsolved, and they get away with it. They get away.
Again, I appreciate you calling in. There is a lot of people calling in. I want to get people in there.
Yes.
I appreciate you
Okay,
calling.
yeah.
Appreciate your thoughts.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
You too.
Bye-bye.
God bless you. We'll hear from you again. We'll hear from you again. 219-885-9693. Boy, I know a lot of you know how to talk, and I let people go over 6 minutes sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. I can't help it. 615, you're live. What's going on?
Hi, it's Brandy from Tennessee.
Brandy from Tennessee. Glad to have you on tonight.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Hanging in there. Talking to you now. What's going on though? What's your thoughts when it comes to the Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers case?
Well, I live about 30 minutes from where he is missing, and I have a list. So hold on a minute. Let me get it up.
She said, I got a list. Let me get it out. Okay.
Oh, well, I have questions and stuff. So, and you may not know the answer to this. Do you know whether or not his bed had been slept in when the police arrived the morning that he disappeared?
Do I know if the bed was there that he slept in?
That he had slept in it when the police had arrived.
That's a great question that I cannot answer, but I'm sure maybe it was. Maybe I don't know that answer though. I'd have to be an investigator to know that one.
Well, I thought maybe Seth. Yes.
I'll ask.
Or...
I'll ask him that. I've never asked him that either. So I mean, it is a good question. People have said ask about the bed. I'm gonna ask now.
Because I was just curious, like maybe he had. I mean, if he had, that would indicate whether or not he was ever even really there.
I'm slipping that to Seth right now because that's been asked so many different times now.
Oh, okay. Well, I hadn't heard it.
So I'm asking him now.
I know, I haven't heard it before. But hold on a minute. Let me look to see.
That he slept in.
And I was wondering when they said that that they had discussed that Sebastian was going to go live in with Seth for that period of time. Was he contacted by CP or Katie? Because I'm curious, like, did CP like set it up, and did Katie know about it beforehand, or did CP set it up and just like indicate to Katie, "Hey, I've already done this"? You know.
Yeah, that's a great
You
question
know,
too.
like, because maybe he set it up and it's like, I can't take it anymore. This is too stressful for me. This is how it's going to be.
That's a good question. It's a good question.
I don't know the answer to that, but I was just curious. But maybe Seth could answer that, because he would know whether or not who contacted him about it.
It was. I'm pretty sure it was from when I talked to Seth. I thought he told me that Chris did.
See, so Katie may not have ever known about it until it was already in the motions.
When I go back to visit my notes, we've had a full interview. I talk to Seth every day, so
right. And then I was curious too with the court case coming up with Nina and CP. Perhaps with the timing of all that, which seems very off to me, it just seems peculiar to me that would happen at the same time as that he would come up missing. I'm curious as to whether or not Nina had intentions of calling Sebastian as a witness in her case.
Yeah, that's been talked about. I know that's been talked about.
So do you know if she did?
No, that I don't know, but it's been talked about though.
Oh.
It's been talked about. It's just hard. There's some that I just don't have any answers to because I haven't heard anyone answer it.
I was curious about that because if so, he may have wanted to eliminate him from the situation because I have spoken on your show before about a week or so ago, and I have a degree in law and in teaching, and I was a parapro at one time for children with autism, and
that you do in this community.
Thank you. And I'm curious about that because a lot of times they don't know how to read social cues very well at all, and they're very outspoken, and they're not well at containing their emotions either. So if he were to be in a court setting, most likely they would do it inside of a judge's chambers due to his mental age, not due to his age, his actual age, but due to his mental age. They would probably take him into chambers and do it outside of everyone else, but they would still have him in there and ask him questions, but he would not be very well manipulated by Chris, even though Chris is used to being able to manipulate everyone else around him. And he's not going to be able to get him to be persuaded to his side to say what he needs him to say in order for him to get his way with Katie. Come in to do whatever their actual court case was, which I don't know what that is. I haven't followed that because that's neither here nor there to me. But
yeah, and that's how I looked at it.
Indication.
That's how I looked at it when I watched that interview too. I mean, I felt her. I felt she was genuine. That's how I felt when I watched it on my first time. And again, that the thing that caught my interest was about a trial on March 5th. But again, I don't know if he was a witness there or anything like that. I mean, I've heard things like that be talked about, but I'm pretty sure that's just something someone said. I don't know that, I don't know that he was going to be a witness there, and I haven't heard anybody that's involved with the case say that.
Right, and the only reason I would care would be because of if he were to want to eliminate him for that reason, because he seems to have more interest in that. Because it seems like he doesn't want he doesn't sound like he was interested in children, period, until he could have control over the female in the situation, A. And B, he wants a child that's perfect. And every child's perfect in my opinion, but Sebastian's not perfect in his eyes. So that's not the child that he would want in his home. He wants Katie. So he's trying to find the best way to get her.
Mm-hmm.
So like I said, like with Nina, I didn't, like you said, I didn't follow her extremely close. Like you said, I felt for her. I don't know that coming on national television doing that really did a great job for her, because it could hurt her legally in some senses, but that's just my opinion on that.
Miss K, actually, I must have missed that part because I've watched it one full time. Miss K said Nina said that she said Sebastian was going to be interviewed. So interesting. I must have missed that part. And I've watched that whole entire thing. We watched it here one whole time.
Right. And I'm not. I've watched all these interviews and stuff, and maybe I'm just, I guess with my legal background, I cut out a lot of the stuff that I just don't feel is necessary, because I've heard so much crap over the years. People are like, well, she cheated on me, and I've got to have it say that she committed adultery in the divorce papers. In really the grand scheme of things, that doesn't matter, you know. Just the judge isn't going to make you put that in the papers, you know. Just do irreconcilable differences and be done with it. People just are vindictive nowadays, so it's just nonsense. But anyway, I'm just that type of person to just want to cut the fat and just get down to the main scheme of things. But anyway, the next thing I had wanted to say was, there's an interview with Holly Thompson, and they did it about a week, maybe a week and a half after Seth came up missing. I don't know if you remember the video or not, or the interview, but she says that she did the video, that she checked the closets beside the bed, etc. You know, like all the normal places. It took her like 2 minutes, and she had called CP.
Yeah, called Chris.
And then, right.
Then got in
and
the,
then,
they got in the car, right?
Well, before that though, CP says something to the effect of all the places he would normally be, and he specifically mentions in the floor beside the bed. And I just thought that was the weirdest thing. Like, why would he normally be there?
Yeah,
that's not exactly how he worded it, but if you listen to it, it says that. I just thought, I wondered if anybody else caught that.
Yeah.
It's just something weird. I don't know.
A lot of it's weird.
And yeah.
My opinion.
And then I was curious, as this is another Seth question, I guess. There, when the cops come through, when they do, there's a audio. It states that when the first report's made, like it's just right after the initial reporting, he states that there's the mother plus 4 people at the house at the initial reporting, which I'm assuming is going to be Katie, Seth. Is Chris there? And who would be the 4th person? And did Chris make it there that quickly? So I was curious who that would have been, or who made it there that quickly, or, you know, you could ask Seth that question, because I was just curious who would have been that available and who would have made it that quick.
So who would have been there? Who would have been available?
Yeah, at the initial reporting, the audio with the officer says that it's the mother plus 4.
The mother plus 4. Yep. So who are you're wanting to know who those other people are?
Yeah, who the other 4 are. And then, yeah.
I wrote it down.
So then, then, of course, Katie changes her timeline or her alibi, however you want to say it, to add the additional people to the day before, like the day before he goes missing, to add the 2 aunts and the cousin. I'm just curious. I wonder why she added those people. Like, what value does that bring to her case?
Yeah, that's a good question. I thought it was as far as the people. I'm trying to think of those 4 people. I'm just gonna ask Seth. I'm gonna shoot some of those questions you asked me to Seth, and so we'll see what he says.
I'm sorry to be asking all this stuff.
No. It's don't be sorry. I think they're good
And
questions.
I'm sorry, I've got a list. I'm trying to hurry up.
I think they're good.
I'm sorry. I'm hurrying up though. I'm trying.
It's okay. Don't be sorry. I think they're good questions.
I know you don't feel well, so I'm trying to be quick.
No, you're good.
But anyway, I just wanted to know what evidentiary relevance that adding those 2 aunts and a cousin would have brought her. Why you would add those people? I don't understand that.
Yeah, who would have been that quick? The mother or others?
Then Katie had said that Sebastian had never left the home before, like had never fled. But there are reports from the neighbors that Sebastian had left the Proudfoot home before. That there were what they called the Proudfoot House of Horrors. I saw by a neighbor on either a Facebook page or an audio on somebody else's podcast. So I was curious, was Seth, did he have knowledge of that he had run away from there before?
Not that I'm going to ask him that, though, that you said it. I don't know that. Does he have knowledge that he ran away before?
I don't know that he made it very far. I just know that he was in the neighborhood running away, which in that subdivision, there's a lot of turns. If you were to make in that subdivision, you turn and you're in dead-end streets. Like, there's only really one way you could go, and you would come out into a main road.
Right.
The other ways you go, you're into dead-end roads, which then lead into forested like areas. So I don't know that he ever actually exited the cemented area, but I do see where he, like I said, and I read that on somewhere or saw a video of it. I have a note of it, so I just was curious because I've been waiting to call in for a couple of days.
These are great. I think they're excellent questions, and I wrote down a lot of them. I'm still writing them down now as you go.
I'm sorry. And this is something I was going to tell you. If you would want to go back and watch this to see what I'm talking about, just because I saw it somewhere else and it really is on there. On the interview with the Chronicles by Olivia, you had a caller the other night. Do you remember she was talking about that she thought Katie was about to tell on herself?
Yes, I do remember that.
Okay. I went back and reviewed that, and it seems like she's just embellishing her story, and when she does that, Chris coughs, and she tries to come back to get to her story, and she stumbles over the word 3 several times, and finally she comes out with the word 3-way, which is like she's anchoring on to the main part of her story. If you'll go back and listen to that specific area, you will hear Chris knock 3 times, like to get her attention repeatedly.
Interesting. So I think it's interesting you bring that up about the cough, because I brought that up before myself. It is. I was like, do you hear that?
But you have to listen for that little knock 3 times, because I listened to it 3 or 4 times just to make sure I was hearing it correctly. And then I want to make sure that I heard this true right too. There was that narc drivers that did the search when they were on the phone with Chris, and he's basically directing them where to go.
Mm-hmm.
Am I correct in understanding that they find a Live Lucky hat, which is just a different color than the one that he's wearing in the interview that he's doing with Holly Thompson?
Interesting. Where was that hat found again?
They found it.
In
It
a
was
pond?
near it. Yes.
Is it the one that I seen on that Divers channel?
Yes.
I was watching stuff earlier this morning. I happened to come by that. So you're talking about that
It's
hat.
the same hat. It's like, I think, a tan hat.
Mm-hmm.
And then the video that I was talking about earlier with Holly Thompson that he did for the first interview, it's identical to that hat, just a different color, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. It had like it was a black hat, but it was the way that it was snapped. It was like snapped to fit on a small head.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that when it was being shown to me.
Right.
So it looked like it was really snapped to fit a smaller head, and it was
right.
You could see it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And then I'm just about finished. I know you're. I know other people want in here. Then I'm sure you guys have looked at his LinkedIn, right?
Mm-hmm. Hat was debunked. Hatter's Madness says.
Okay.
I didn't see that it was debunked, but I just seen somebody in chat say that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, then. Have you looked at his LinkedIn?
Mm-hmm. Hat was already all right. The hat has already been claimed. Okay, thank you guys for letting me know that. So have I looked at his LinkedIn? That's what you were asking?
Have you seen it?
Yes, I have. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. His uncle owns that second generation construction company.
Yes.
Okay. Beside of that is a huge recycling company. Have you seen that?
No, I have not seen that, and that's what somebody asked me to look into earlier.
Okay. Well, that's there, which that's like maybe 30 minutes from me. And then did you happen to scroll down that? Kathy Bowerstock is also the office manager of that business. Not only is she a real estate agent, but she's also the office manager of that business.
Mm-hmm.
And that's he builds $1 million homes, which means he has access to pouring concrete and construction equipment, much like what he was saying some of the hits were made at. And I think that was all that I had to say that anybody would probably care about.
Well, no, I appreciate it. Thank you for calling in, and thank you for actually, putting a list together of things that you were concerned about. I appreciate you calling up and being brave enough to share that and ask these questions and I wrote some of them down to ask Seth, and we'll see what he says. And I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I hope you have a blessed day.
And
You lock
I'll
your door.
pray for your health, and I'll pray for your father's health because I read about that earlier this week.
Life is lifing. Just got to prepare.
I know. And I'll just tell you I don't lock my doors because I live in a small town, which doesn't mean anything. But I will tell you I do just to make you feel better.
You need to lock your doors. I don't know, it's small town or not. Anybody can stop by that small town and target any house. Just think about that.
I know.
So while you're leaving those doors unlocked, I'm like,
I know.
Think about that.
I haven't locked my door in years.
Into that town and target you, or target your house.
I don't even lock my door when I go anywhere.
I mean, that's if you ask me, that's wild. I know people can break in still, but at least if you have your doors locked, at least they didn't walk in and get to you before you could lock the thing. You know what I mean? You'd hear some noise. But thank you for calling in. God bless you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Lock your doors. Shout out to her. Good phone call. I appreciate her. I appreciate her. Excuse me. Boy, oh boy. Like she said, I leave my doors unlocked. Damn. Better start locking them. What'd you say? Oh, Alicia said, why did my membership start over? My card keeps bouncing off and auto pay isn't working, but I've been a 2-month member. I know that. It's that fixable. Should be. I don't know why. It should be your card. I'm members on other channels too, so it just takes right directly from the card. It never stops. But that's weird. Please get better and stop drinking Coke and juice and drink water. Kidney stones suck. Well, I've been drinking orange juice. I drank water, apple cranberry, stuff like that. And I appreciate you, Elisa. And thank you, Kim. Welcome to the Rev Gang family. I appreciate you guys. Carla, thank you. Carla, thank you. And Kimberly, thank you. I appreciate that. Definitely a sweet caller, Tina. Sharon said, I'm very tired. Kim Rice, in the same interview when KP said she heard a noise at 10 p.m., CP's hand shot up to his forehead and he blanked so rapidly. It's worth looking. Which interview we talk about here? In the same interview when KP said she heard a noise at 10. I'm gonna have to check back on. Is that the first or second one? I'm wondering if they are planting items that look similar to Sebastian's glasses, underwear, socks, now hat.
Oh my God.
When is life ever not life and right? It is every day. It is every day. Just hope there's somebody by your side to love you and hold you down. It's what we all wish for, right? Hendersonville used to be a small town. T-REV needs to lock his door. Oh my God. Y'all are you know what time it is? I don't know. I might be live on the second channel later. You never know me. I'm random and I don't, even when I'm going through health stuff, I don't give a shit personally. I'm going to do what I love and I'm going to do what I want to do. And nothing's ever going to stop me from doing that. Not even a hospital bed. Again, if I was at the hospital right now, I'd be live on my phone on StreamYard like this. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, well, yeah, that's how it'd be. That's how it'd be. I don't care. But I appreciate everybody who came by here today. Make sure you hit the like button. Like. That's it. I don't care about nothing else. Hit the like button. Share the stream. Keep Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' face out there. Doesn't, it's very easy to do. It's very easy to hit share on anything that you have a platform on. Keep sharing his name around. Share Elijah View around. 3-year-old out of Wisconsin has been missing for a long time. Parents went to jail, mom went to jail, and the person that had him in his care went to jail, but still no Elijah View. 3 years old. It's been longer than this case. But man, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, day 48, no sign, not anything. I've hit Seth up, not any updates. But you know what time it is. It's time to play our gospel. And maybe, I'm not even going to just say maybe, but I appreciate everybody. Thank you. Ah, that hurt so bad. Good gracious. Thank you all for being here with me today on your Saturday. I do appreciate that. But you already know it's gospel time. And you know what? To finish this off, one second. What did he say? Okay. Now here it is right here. Let me get that off. Exit this. 1 second, y'all. 1 second before we jump into our, our little gospel real quick. And I see Cougar's about to come rip you out your house. Y'all are wild. Y'all are wild. Oh man, I love y'all. I love y'all. But here we go. Dear God, Heavenly Father, Lord, as we conclude our stream tonight, we thank you for the fellowship and support that you have flowed through our time together. We are grateful for each story shared, each prayer offered, and the sense of community that has strengthened us. We ask for your continued protection and guidance for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers and his family, and for all those in need of your love and light, Lord. We live in a very dark world right now, and there is a lot of demons amongst us. There's people and all over the place that want people to just suffer. They like seeing people suffer. Lord, I ask you to start filling these people's hearts with love and light. Lead them into the light like you did me. Show them what love is. Maybe you can embrace it on them and they can feel that. And maybe they can change. I don't think it's too late, Lord. And may we leave here refreshed in spirit and renewed in purpose, carrying with us your peace and hope into the world, Lord. Bless each one as we part ways tonight, and may our paths continue to be illuminated by your grace. In the name of thy son, Jesus Christ, amen. And you know what we got to play right after that prayer? I'm sorry. Well, we got to play it. Music video coming soon. Actual legit music video of myself. Voice for the Voiceless dropping still this summer. I'm not playing no games with that album. It is going to come out this summer, and we will be heard.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Blood. Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look, nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same, losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains, give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gives an ass kiss, and you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a team, and now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell, at least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it, I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me, I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Yes, dear Jesus, help us find Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Day 48. I trust in your way, Lord. Only time will tell. Love y'all. See you in the chat. I appreciate all the kind messages and comments. Love that you got your phone.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Every day I wake up, I'm here to make a change. Only time will tell, I hope it takes the pain away. I see these families going through it every single day. Another person dead, an article up on a page. But I hold on to hope like a candle in the rain. Got it by the light, trying to break through these heavy chains. In the heart of the night, I'm searching for the flame. Speaking for the silent, in your honor, I'ma pave the lane. In the silent battles, I become the roaring train. Carrying the hopes on this long and when it's a rain. Through the valleys of silence, the dreams I entertain. In the quiet whispers, my purpose remains the same. Let's
sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell.
Look.
Only time will tell.
We're really feeling like we're living in hell. Just turn on YouTube and start searching and you'll see it yourself. But together we light up the dark, standing strong, playing our part. Heart to heart, we heal, we mend. And this battle will prevail in the end. Voice for the voices we defend. In the silence our words transcend. With every note we send a message, deep truths we blend. And every verse hopes strength from my spirit within. Let's wake up, start the day, I'm back fighting again. Giving a voice to the people who have nothing to give. They come to me, I let them speak and tell it just like it is. I've been sacrificing all my life, I sleep when it is.
Sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Divine spirit of love and light. In this hour of need, guide America right. Shine your grace on every child, every soul. Mend our hearts, make our nation whole.
All the sacrifices and the sleepless nights, will they serve me well? Only time will tell. I just keep on praying that I'll find my way if I go through hell. Only time will tell. Only time will tell.
Yep, I'm gonna do it by myself. That's what I said years ago. Actually, 2 years ago. With all them lame ass friends around, I got rid of them. Now I'm doing it by myself.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I was always left alone, sitting in my home, going through depression while I'm crafting all these poems. My mom was doing dope, that's all I ever known. But I let that pain go away, I'm here to take the throne. Got Rev gang behind me, I give a voice to the streets. Let the people speak, love and light is what I preach. Got these negative people who try to put stains on my fleece, but I never give up and stay focused on my peace. Reaching to be the better me to succeed. I cover stories every day that could drop a horse to his knees. I've came to realize we really need change, and if I gotta do it myself, I'll bring a parade.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
I'm speaking to the government, we really need some change. I used to be that child that was living through the pain. Got raped by a monster and y'all barely did a thing. I'm speaking out for me and all the others feeling pain. When I speak it's with my chest, this ain't no motherfucking game. I'm sick of y'all giving every one of them a name. I hear stories like mine and it makes me wanna rage. How can we turn the page when y'all haven't done a thing? You give the ass a deal, then they're back on the game. We can't fix these sick pricks, but you free them every day. So I'ma build my platform up, step by step. You can't ignore all the signs, just take a look at the desk.
I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one, I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed
going through. They don't want to hear the pain. They don't want to stop these people. They want to keep giving them deals and letting them come back out into society and ruin more lives. And we're getting sick of this shit. We had enough. And they're gonna kill more people. I'm speaking for the voiceless. We need better laws and better purpose. I know a lot of families out in these streets, they are really hurting. They don't know where to go, know where to start. A lot of these families get left in the dark. No wins, no leads, they get pushed to the side just like they were from the start. I'm here to make a change. I'm at it every day. I'm far from perfect, but I refuse to stay the same. I'm here to grow with my people and rise above. I put all my faith in God. The change is gonna come.
Get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't trust no one. I don't need your help. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself. So if I'm gonna get it done, I'ma do it myself. I don't really give a fuck if you're with me now. Where were you when I reached out for you? I needed you and you left me by myself.
Yeah, and that's one of my favorites right there. I love making that one. Felt it all through my soul. And you know what this one is, right? You know what this song is right here? It's called Rev Gang Strong. I made this a little bit over a year ago. And I made this because of what we built here and the way that you guys made me feel loved. Now, that may sound crazy to some people, like, what the do you mean? Well, there's been a lot of people that have been here for a long time. And they've always stood by me. They've always showed me love. They've never switched up. They've remained Rev Gang Strong this whole entire time. And this song should tell you exactly what I mean. And most of you know it, but let it run. One day we'll pack out a stadium.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes. And I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love. And I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one give a voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rev Gang Strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will lead up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have it back. So I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
Get rid of them negative Nancys. Get rid of them people that always got a problem. Shit can them. I swear the light will come in. Love you all. See you on the 2nd.